marginal willingness to marry an unskilled man. Something, how much money So, welcome everybody. So, I think that we can start this morning session. Agustin is the first presenter for Automatic for the Tax People. So just a reminder of the rules, 25 minutes for the presentation. Then, so one of the two discussants can be here. So we will have 10 minutes with some flexibility for Monica. And then, and well, we can take, less if you want, and then the 15 minutes of discussion, okay? Please, the floor is yours, Agustin.
Very good. So good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the editor for inviting us to present this paper today. It's an honor to be part of this panel. So as Roberto mentioned already, the title of the paper is Automatic for the Tax People, Information Sharing and Household Cross-Border Deposits in Tax Havens. And this is a paper which is joined with Lawrence Ebner and Martin Schmitz, both at the ECB. Sorry, just how they do with the... Sorry about that.
It's not working?
No. Oh. Okay, sorry about that. So the usual disclaimers apply, of course. So financial globalization helps international transfer of capital to jurisdictions where taxes are low and secrecy is high. While it is not illegal to have capital in tax havens, not reporting it or not reporting the associated receipts, it is. So, of course, there's potential for tax evasion, which is concerning for policymakers. So, naturally, one relates to a reduction in tax revenue associated with that. It also limits the effective taxation of the rich. And moreover, it also has a negative impact on the trust that citizens would have on the tax system. So what this paper does is contribute to the literature in trying to provide an answer to this key question: are policies working? So it is well known that financial globalization increased dramatically from mid-90s. This has been associated with large gross stocks of cross-border finance, in particular in advanced economies, but also very large volumes of financial assets booked in offshore financial centers. So just to give you an idea, at the end of 2020, cross-border liabilities booked in the Cayman Islands were close to 9.2 trillion US dollars. The same gross stock for Italy, for instance, for the same year was 3.7. For the case of the US, it was 46.3 trillion. So that gives you a sense of the scale of the cross-border finance that goes through tax havens. In addition to the increase in gross stocks, we also see an increase in the complexity of financial instruments. So this basically accelerated, in particular, after the global financial crisis. And this, in turn, made very hard to work out the ownership associated with these cross-border investments. So this is because of the existence of shell corporations, special purpose vehicles, etc. In terms of the data, most of the cross-border financial statistics are compiled using the residence basis. So this is, of course, in line with the statistical manuals, the balance of payment statistics, etc. So of course, there has been a progress in relation to working out the underlying ownership structure of cross-border investment, in particular in the BIS and other scholars. But still, this literature is in its infancy. In relation to this paper, we can also mention, to give a little bit of context, that information sharing agreement across tax authorities of different countries made a lot of progress, in particular since the 2000s, but still there more progress to be made. Let me put the focus on a subsample of key relevant papers, and we organize this into kind of broad groups. The first group are the papers that focus on cross-border deposits. So in other words, international finance that goes through the banking systems. So key reference we use in the paper is a paper by Johannesen and Zuckman published in 2014, in which they looked at information on request. So in other words, countries or tax authorities of countries can request information to tax authorities or financial institutions of other countries. What they report is that that exhibit some limited success that fade away on time. And they also report in that paper evidence of deposit shifting. So in other words, capital flow moving to other jurisdictions after countries join these information exchange agreements. Menkel and Myth confirmed the vanishing effects reported in the previous paper with more recent data. O'Reilly used the same information exchange data that we use, which is based on automatic exchange of information. So at the end of every year, different jurisdictions will automatically exchange information on the details of the account owners and some financial details of those accounts across countries. And what they find is that 22% the deposit decrease associated with financial centers entering into this information exchange. Casey et al. Does the same as well, but focus on non-bank cross-border deposits. So that's one branch of the literature we are related to. The other branch is to focus on what comes out of tax havens, and in particular look at portfolio investment. Okay. So Halen et al. Look at information on request treaties between the US and 4 tax havens. And what they find is that those indeed had a negative impact on portfolio investment flowing out of the tax havens back onto the US. More recently, Heckmeyer and Hemmerich, 2020, look again at outbound portfolio investment from tax havens to non-havens. So something to stress here is that tax havens are pass-through economies in which, eventually investment flow back to the original investor, or they go and are invested in the stock markets or bond markets in other non-haven countries. Another very interesting takeaway of that paper is that tax havens that enter an information exchange with other tax havens, instead of doing an information exchange with a non-tax haven, are more attractive as pass-through destinations for international investors. Okay, so this points to the prior that it could well be the case that tax havens joining an information exchange with themselves will see their investments increasing. So where do we contribute with this paper? So first of all, we study the impact of the automatic exchange of information. So the idea here is that there's no any explicit request being made by a tax authority. This information is exchanged automatically. So as I showed you before, there are other papers that do that, but our contribution relates along these 3 key dimensions. The first part is that we use better data. And this is thanks to the fact that we have access to the restricted version of the BIS locational banking statistics. So this is a database that would give me bilateral information of bank assets and liabilities across countries. So the good thing about that is that this version of the dataset allows us to have access to a sectoral breakdown that hasn't been studied in the literature before. The key breakdown is between banks and no banks. But within no banks, we can also see what part of those cross-border investments are associated with households, not financial corporations, non-bank financial corporations, and governments as well. So that's one of the key contributions, is being able to look into the sectoral composition of these cross-border investments. Second, thanks to being able to break this down in that way, we are able to report the very meaningful role that household cross-border deposits would have. And as I'm going to anticipate one of the key takeaways of the paper, it turns out that household is underlying the key response to the signature of these agreements. Moreover, as I mentioned before, we can look at the literature for those papers that look at inflow of deposits coming into the offshore financial centers or the tax havens, but also look at the outflows. So the third contribution that we do is to take a more comprehensive approach vis-a-vis those other papers that are out there. In addition to looking at deposits, we'd also put the focus on what comes out of tax havens in the form of portfolio investment and direct investment. So these are the contributions. These are the countries that we use. The classification between non-haven and haven is basically motivated by the key reference we use, which is a paper by Johannessen and Zuckman. I mean, we can have our own view of whether Austria is a haven country, or whether the UK should be a haven country or non-haven country. So what they do for the classification is to look at low tax rates, high secrecy, etc. As part of robustness, we also changed this classification. So just a quick preview of the data. So this graph shows you the mean deviation from country pair long-term mean or average of deposits from non-haven countries into haven countries and non-haven. Okay, so Spain deposits vis-a-vis France and vis-a-vis the Cayman Islands. So what you see in the yellow line there is that, so the vertical axis is the percentage deviation, and the horizontal axis is basically the time before and after those countries enter in this automatic exchange of information. So 0 there is the time where they enter in the exchange agreement. So what you can see is that not only 1 year before that information exchange takes place, there's a change in the trend in deposits from non-haven countries to haven countries. So you have this very persistent negative trend. While on the other hand, you see that the deposits among non-haven countries continue growing at the same pace. We do not innovate in terms of the empirical strategy. We do only a small tweak. And again, this is just to keep the paper as comparable as possible with Johannessen and Zuckman. So we want to test whether joining the automatic exchange of information agreement has a statistically significant impact on first cross-border deposits. So this is the first part of the paper. So this is a very simple regression model where on the left-hand side we have the log level of the bilateral cross-border deposit from country A to country B in quarter T. Something also to stress here is that we look at the data from the point of view of liabilities. So it's well known in the literature that liabilities are much better recorded than assets. Okay, so we take a reported country, say Cayman Island, and we look at the bank liabilities by Cayman Island coming from, let's say, Spain. So on the right-hand side, we have an intercept, and then we have just a simple dummy variable that equals to 1 for the period a given country pair enter in a bilateral exchange relationship and 0 otherwise. Okay, so it's very simple. As in the related literature, we control for country pair fixed effects, and then we add this little tweak to the baseline model used by other papers, which is introducing a saver country fixed effect. And this is basically to control for amnesties or voluntary disclosure programs, or country-specific policies that would aim at creating incentive for repatriation of international investment. So we run this regression across the different sectoral breakdown, but in the interest of time, I'm going to show you only those results that contribute to the key punchline of the paper. So columns 1 through 4 are basically the empirical specification that I showed you before. And if you look at the bottom part of this table, here we have where the flows are coming from and where they're heading. So column 1 are cross-border deposits from the non-banking sector from all countries in our sample vis-a-vis haven countries. Column 2 are deposits from non-haven countries to haven, 3 haven to haven, and 4 from haven to non-haven. So what we can see there is that there is a statistically significant relationship between the country pair entering in that information exchange agreement on the one hand, and a reduction in the level of cross-border deposits. Column 5 looks at more the dynamics of it. In other words, instead of having a dummy taking value 1 for the period where the countries are in that exchange of information agreement, we split that into periods. So the first one is a contemporaneous effect. The second one is 1 quarter after, 2 quarters, 3 quarters, and the rest of the period. And what you can see there is that there's this persistence of this effect, which is something that you don't see in the information exchange upon request in papers like Johannessen and Zuckman. Okay. So thanks to this data, we are able to drill down into the sectoral composition, and we do this again by looking at the household sector. Column 1 there repeats the exercise before, but only focusing on the country pairs for which that household breakdown is available. And the other columns are basically the same exercise I show you before, but looking at the household sector only. Okay. So what you can see there is that there is indeed that coefficient which is statistically significant. And when we look at column 3, which is kind of associated with the key takeaway of the paper, non-haven to haven flows, in other words, flows through the banking sector from households in non-haven to haven countries accounts to close to 28.5% of its value there. So this is what you get when you transform that into percentage changes. And again, this is very persistent. So again, the new contribution is that we use a household breakdown. This was not possible before. Just to give an example, Johannessen and Zuckman assume that 50% of all instruments is associated with household, but in reality, it's only 19%. And around 35% of the non-bank instruments are household related flows. Okay. We, of course, look at the other sectors, and we have no evidence of these information exchange agreements having an impact on flows that come from other banks, from non-bank financial corporations, or non-bank or non-financial corporations. Okay. Of course, you know, this is not a universal agreement. So you have countries which are not part of this information exchange. So it is possible that deposit flow to other jurisdictions where this information exchange is not there. So this is the deposit shifting part of the paper. And what we do to account for that is to add a treaty coverage variable that counts the number of treaties signed by country server J with all havens other than the reported haven country. Okay, so how big is the network outside that bilateral pair that we are looking at? Okay, so that's the treaty coverage variable there. And the key focus in the specification I'm going to show you before is to look at whether the interaction effect between that variable and 1 minus the information exchange dummy that I showed you before is positive. Okay, so this would mean that an additional information exchange agreement treaty signed between a safe country and a haven country would increase deposits vis-a-vis havens which are outside the scope of this network. Okay. So this table shows you the columns 1 and 2 for the non-bank sector and columns 3 and 4 for the household sector. The first line there is the dummy for the signed agreement. The second line there is the treaty coverage variable, and then in columns 2 and 4, we exclude the treaty coverage and we add the interaction terms. What we see there is that, again, the sign dummy is negative and significant, but I want you to put the focus on the red number there, which is basically pointing to the direction that flows from the household sector move onto tax havens that are not within the information exchange network. Okay, so we take this as evidence of deposit shifting. Now, a third contribution of the paper is to acknowledge that tax havens are pass-through destinations. So this is well known in the literature, and many colleagues working in the area, we tend also to ignore tax havens and net international investment positions, because while on the one hand, gross stocks can be massive, the net positions tend to be very, very small or almost zero. So in other words, whatever comes in comes out in some other form. And of course, something that we should acknowledge is that there's zero incentive from the point of view of the havens to disclose what funds that come in do. So the rationale here is that if an information exchange has an impact on inward flows to haven, it should indirectly, at least partially, be visible on the outside, on the outflow from the havens. Okay, so reasons are, the reduction in the inflow on the one hand, and on the other hand, signaling effects. So basically, the fact that the tax haven is entering into this information exchange could signal that they are really serious in trying to crack down tax evasion, so that could create fears, and investors may decide to shut down the special purpose vehicles, etc., and unwind their positions. So what we see there is, from the asset side point of view, portfolio equity going out from havens to non-havens, there is indeed a reduction. So we see that what the flows that go out are also negatively associated with the country pairs entering this information agreement. So a caveat here is, I told you at the beginning we focus on liabilities. This part of the paper is based on the IMF Coordinated Portfolio Investment Survey, and the way these data are collected is collected only on the asset side. So the liabilities part is very imperfect and or derived by just flipping the balance sheet. So that's the reason we focus on assets in this particular part. This part looks at FDI liabilities and is based on the Coordinated Direct Investment Survey, again compiled by the IMF. So the same rationale applies to look at the liability side. So columns 4 and 5 basically show you what happens with the outflows of FDI from havens to non-havens. And you see there that there's a reduction in FDI as well. So just to give you a context, around between 40 and 50% of global FDI passes through tax havens. So, just to give you an idea of how massive is the scale of FDI and equity that goes through tax havens. So to wrap up, so key takeaways of the paper are that the exchange of information, the automatic exchange of information, seems to have been effective in curbing deposits that go into tax havens. So this was not the case for the information exchange on request. It is also more persistent. We show that the deposits done by households are at the center and are the driving force in the non-bank sector, and also that the outward investment from havens to non-havens is reduced. Of course, the way we can link the exchange of information across tax authorities associated with FDI or portfolio equity is not possible. So we are looking at indirect evidence there, but still, the associations we find in our empirical model are in line with our rationale. So policy question here is, to what extent this reduction in cross-border finance would have been eventually associated with some level of repatriation and ultimately changes in the level of tax revenue. Of course, this is a very hard research question to address, and the key shortcoming is the data. As I mentioned before, the data available is only available at a resident basis. So very hard to drill down onto the true ownership structure. These instruments change, so inflows in the form of deposits can be changed through a special purpose vehicle or a sham corporation into an FDI. So this is very hard to be seen. So let me stop here for now, and thank you so much.
Monica, I think the floor is yours. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so thank you very much to the editors for inviting me here and for giving me the opportunity to comment on this paper. So I don't work on tax, so I actually learned a lot from reading this paper. So let me start with a very brief summary. I mean, Augustine did a great presentation, very clear, so I don't need to go into very much detail, but let me just summarize the main findings of the paper. So the paper studies the impact of automatic exchange of information treaties on cross-border investments in tax havens. And what the authors find is that this automatic exchange of information leads to a significant and persistent decrease in cross-border deposits of non-resident households in tax havens. They also find evidence for some shifting into from tax havens that signed up to the automatic exchange of information to non-compliant tax haven countries. They also find evidence of an increase in deposits in haven countries from non-banking financial institution residents of other tax havens, which they interpret as efforts to obfuscate ownership and to try to hide these deposits when the automatic exchange of information is in place. And then finally, they also look at portfolio and direct investments, and they also identify a decrease in these investments following the automatic exchange of information. So the two key contributions of the paper are basically related to the data. The first one, I would say the major contribution, is the fact that they use new data that has information, granular information on deposits. So this enables the authors to focus really on households and to identify what part of the effects is due to households. In contrast to previous literature where, so for example, the paper by Johannessen and Zuckman, they had to take basically a guess on what proportion of these deposits belong to households. So here the authors have clear information on this. And then the second contribution is related to the fact that they don't only look at deposits, but they also consider portfolio and foreign direct investments, and they identify also an effect of the automatic exchange of information on these investment instruments. Okay, so the overall assessment, this is a super topical paper. Okay, the OECD is currently working on revising the automatic exchange of information. So it's obviously very interesting to have evidence of how well this is working. The paper is already very polished and well written. There has been exchanges, multiple exchanges with two referees. So where do I come in? Okay, so I don't work on tax at all. I've already said from the start, I'm a trade theorist, so I don't even work with data. So basically what I can offer is, I guess, some general audience reactions to this paper and some comments and questions. So my comments are kind of structured in 3 groups. First, I have some comments, I guess, robustness questions regarding the estimations concerning deposits. Then I have a question regarding interpretation of results for the other investments, and then some conceptual questions and suggestions. Oops. Okay. So the deposit estimation equation, you've shown it in the presentation. On the left-hand side, you have the log of the deposits. So this is indexed by GT. I is the receiver country, G is the saver country, T is time. And so you are regressing this on a dummy whether the 2 countries have the automatic exchange of information at time T. Now you are controlling for the country pair fixed effects, then saver time fixed effects, then something that you didn't have in the presentation but was in the paper, you have the reporting country fixed effect, the phi I. So I don't know whether that was removed or whether it's still there, but this was in the paper. But something that's kind of missing for me is why you don't have reporting country time fixed effects. Okay, so here it would be the IT fixed effect. Why I'm asking about this? So I don't work on tax, but I'm based in Geneva. So I talked actually to a wealth manager from a private bank, and I asked, okay, so what's the biggest driver of deposits in the bank? And the answer was is interest rates. So if there are, for example, changes in, so let's think about Swiss deposits of a Swiss national or Swiss resident or French resident, sorry, in Switzerland, in Swiss francs. If there are some changes in interest rates that coincide with the signing of the treaty between Switzerland and France, then you could be identifying some spurious effects if you don't control for the reporting country time fixed effects, right? And by the way, I think the Johannesen and Zuckman paper, they do in the robustness checks, they do include these fixed effects also in their regression. So I was wondering why you are not doing it, or whether you cannot do that. Regarding these changes in interest rates, I had also another worry, which wouldn't be taken into account by reporting country time fixed effects, is, so for example, in Switzerland, there are certain private banks that specialize in holding deposits in different currencies. So not in Swiss francs, but for example, in US dollars. And so those deposits would be impacted by the interest rate, the US interest rate, right? So that wouldn't, you couldn't control for that by the reporting country time fixed effects. And this leads me to another issue. Nowhere in the paper you mentioned currencies and exchange rates. Again, if there is a depreciation of the Swiss franc which coincides with the signing of Switzerland to a treaty, you might be identifying a spurious effect. And so I was wondering whether you could do something similar to Johannesen and Zuckman to look at exchange rate adjusted deposit stocks or something like that to check for robustness in this dimension. Okay, now regarding the other investments, so you look, that's one of your contributions, that you look at the portfolio and foreign direct investment. Now, one of the referees pointed this out, so this is I'm just taking it from the referee, and I didn't find in the paper that you really addressed this comment. So there is a fundamental difference between deposits and the other investments in the following sense. So if a French taxpayer has a deposit account in Switzerland, this is a liability of Switzerland towards France, and you can very easily look for the effect of Switzerland signing the automatic exchange of information with France on these deposits. But if a French taxpayer has a security account in which he or she has US bonds in Switzerland, this is a liability of US towards France and not of Switzerland towards France. And so there are questions on how this will be recorded in your data. And then when you run your regression on the portfolio and foreign direct investment, are you identifying some kind of spillover effects as well? So I think at the very least, you should be clear about the differences of the two regressions, deposits versus portfolio and foreign direct investments, and what are the limitations of your interpretation. Then finally, some questions about the context. So you identify very strong effect on the household deposits from non-residents in the tax haven countries, so a very strong, significant decrease. My question is, can you say a little bit more of whom we are actually catching here? In the conclusion, you mentioned very briefly, just in one sentence, that these are probably less sophisticated investors. Very rich people probably have a very small share of their assets in deposits. So this is really probably the tip of the iceberg. And could you say more, for example, by looking, do you have information on the distribution of deposits by individuals? And could we say more a little bit about whom we are targeting here? And then the second contextual question is, could you, given your results on the deposits, could you do some kind of back of the envelope policy quantification? So you would need to take a stand of, assume some scenario. So for example, assuming that all the reduction of deposits that you observe in the haven countries was corresponds to a repatriation. And so the entire reduction that you see is actually now suddenly going to be taxed. So to how much tax increase in tax revenue could this yield? So this would be kind of tying it back to the motivation of that you mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, that there are efforts to improve taxation and increase tax revenues. So just if you could you give some back of the envelope calculation? So thank you again.
Okay, great, thanks. It's a great paper and obviously an important topic. A bit like Monica, I would like to push you towards trying to quantify and tell us how important this is. So I understand this is difficult, but in particular, I was struck, and I think this is also one of the results in the paper by Aurélie, of the deposit shifting, that households, when they cannot go to Antigua anymore, or when they cannot go to Switzerland because of this, they go to Antigua, and you have this deposit shifting. So is there a way, and I understand, and Monica was saying that too, that you would have to make a lot of assumptions to tell us whether at the end, the impact on deposits in say OECD countries is large or not. Can you see something at the aggregate level happening on deposits in the major OECD countries? Is there something that has happened during this period? And so I guess a back of the envelope would be to say, okay, we can take a scenario, the best case scenario, and you have an increase in these deposits. These deposits are taxed at the income tax of the average income tax of the OECD, and how much do we gain? I mean, is this peanuts, or at the end something that matters? And you could take a lower bound and upper bound maybe.
Okay, thanks very much. So I just wanted to, again, second on Monica's second point. This is something we've discussed over the process already. I'm not sure we are there yet. So basically the problem is that, or the question is that the analysis of direct and portfolio investment rest on some form of assumption regarding the extent to which the information which is reported by the financial institution, which is Switzerland's in Monica's example, is informative, given that the origin of the investing firm is unknown. So here, as we discussed, the fact that there is something in the data suggests that there is some value in this information, but I think it's very important to be in a way very transparent about the underlying assumption that you need to do in order to understand or to interpret the results the way you're doing for this particular part of the analysis. So we can discuss this afterwards, but I think it's again an important point that needs to be treated in a very transparent way. The second question is something I don't remember whether we talked about this before, but in a way it's related to what Philippe was saying. So in this particular policy experiment, it's kind of clear that the control group is in some way contaminated. There is a form of diversion of the flows towards those non-haven countries. So I was just wondering whether we should think of this as something, I mean, kind of a homogeneous groups as you're doing, so as if all those countries were equally non-havens, or whether we can learn something, but I'm not sure it's possible from basically where those flows are diverted.
So very super interesting paper. So Monica took advantage of her geographic location to ask private bankers for insight. This reminded me of another story related to Geneva. So one of my former bureaucratic jobs I held was head of IMF Trade and Investment Division. And for that job, I have to travel to WTO from time to time to liaison for the IMF. And one of my senior IMF colleagues once asked me, "Do you know why there are so many fountains in Geneva?" So innocently, I said, "No, why?" He said, "Because they have to do a lot of money laundering for foreign investors." Of course, it was a joke and was a baseless insinuation. So one of the complaints you hear from Isabel and editors is, in a way, current data patterns, going from the current data patterns to implication that this effect on tax evasion is a bit of insinuations. And I think you should be able to have complementary evidence, more direct evidence that what this does on tax evasion. So I can think of two, maybe there must be more than two. One is, are there administrative information on penalties for exposed discovery of tax evasion? And are there changes in those announced penalties on whoever, individual investors, corporations in tax havens subsequent to the implementation of those automatic information exchange? That's one. And two, there must also be ways to look at extent of tax evasion by taxpayer type in ways that can be linked to, one can think of classifying taxpayers in terms of propensity or ability to make deposits local, make deposits to in tax haven places, and sort tax evasion by investor type, and whether you can see that kind of whether you can see disproportional reduction in the incidence of tax evasion for those type of investors that are more likely to, that previously had a competitive advantage in putting money in the tax haven. So those things might go some way in satisfy your editors.
So we have another two questions.
Real short. So these guys enter in this exchange information and they lose deposits. So what's the incentive? How exogenous it is to enter into this exchange information agreement?
Inga, can you hear us? So if yes...
Yes, I hear you. Thank you. So I was wondering whether we should be concerned about the agreement also changing the incentive to report flows in the first place. And I believe this effect should be positive, so we would see more reported flows after the agreement. But then it would work against you finding a negative effect. But yeah, it would change the interpretation of the estimate, and maybe also change how we think about the... Yeah.
We can't really hear you. I don't know if our audio is the problem.
Okay, let me try again.
Yeah, now it's better. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I was concerned about whether the signature of the agreement or the formation of the agreement changes the incentive to report these flows in the first place. And I guess this would work against you finding a negative coefficient. So if my hypothesis is true, then we should see more reported flows after the implementation of the agreement. But then you should interpret your coefficient as a lower bound of the absolute effect.
So Sophia, and then...
Hi. Sorry. Okay, thank you. I was wondering if there's a way for you to implement a proxy for, because there's many assets that are not included in the in these agreements. So maybe a proxy for real estate investment or well, cryptocurrency would be even harder. But if there's a way for you to implement a proxy for this, for the way for the impact of the agreements on these investments, and also maybe for shell companies, you could use like also an approximation like the number of companies per country in the company register, maybe from Orbis. I think there's that you can find that data, and maybe the number of companies per capita, something like that. I'm not sure. Thank you.
Very quick. You showed the first graph where the deposits were already starting to fall before the signing of the agreement. So I immediately thought of anticipation effects, but then in the analysis, you didn't mention them much. Is there anything else you can do to kind of capture those anticipation effects to get the size of the effect right?
And so since we have another minute and then give you 5, so I was a bit surprised on one thing, Agustin, the fact that when you go to the per period, your coefficient is very stable. So I would have suppose that there is a strong effect at the beginning, and then the derivative somehow goes down. So what is your guess for that? So you have 5 minutes now if you want to answer. You are not obliged to answer to all the questions. You can pick up and...
So first of all, thank you so much, Monica, for the excellent discussions and the editors and the floor for very good comments and constructive ideas. So let me, of course, in the interest of time, I won't be able to look at all of them, but let me just put the focus on some of them. One of the key concerns that we have been receiving associated with the paper is in relation to the way we deal with the third contribution that is associated with portfolio investment outflows and foreign direct investment. So, of course, it is true that an investor from France using a Cayman Island, and that Cayman Island in turn investing in the stock exchange of US is not being reported in the CPIAS data in the way we interpret it here. So something to stress in our approach is that what we look at is how the overall flow reacts to the setup of this information exchange. So part of that could be related to signaling. Part of that could be related with the reduction in the inflow that we report. the information on the CPIS is aggregate at a country level. We have information on the security that we on the ISOM in the data that we can look at, but the way we interpret this is an indirect evidence. The direct evidence is related to the deposit part of the paper. We take on board the comments, they're well taken, and we'll address them in such a way that is clear and transparent. That what we mean by that. So we thought hard about back of the envelope calculations, and indeed there's some in the paper that are related with the actual values of flows that are associated with the coefficients we find. One idea, as Philippe mentioned, there could be just to apply an average income rate, but the fact that we cannot tell for sure that these fundings are repatriated makes this entire exercise a little bit harder than one can think at the first attempt, because the information we have doesn't give us enough evidence to be certain that these funds are repatriated. We know that they stop entering into the financial center of the tax havens, but we don't know where they go. So in relation to, for instance, Sophia's point on other assets, so yeah, this is kind of out of the scope of the paper. Of course, real estate, art, other kinds of wealth are part of the schemes that investors can use to hide from tax authorities. So there, I'm not sure we can do that. Maybe, yeah, the idea of looking at Orbis data could be a way to go, but the way in which, for instance, the deposit data are presented, even if we have access to the restricted version, we do not have access of how those deposits are made of. So we wouldn't have information of the characteristics of households that were raising other questions there, or other useful information that, due to confidentiality issues, not even the VIS employees can look at. So Monica's point in relation to the technical aspect of the paper. So for instance, one of the exchange rate adjusted stocks. This is something that can be easily done. It's usually done when we look at flows, not stocks. So that's simple. I don't expect results to change, and the same with the interest rates, in particular, given that we use time saver country fixed effects. So to some extent, the saver country interest rates are taken into account. The saver time fixed effects is not added because we sorry, the host time fixed effect is not added because we added the saver one. I don't think we can add so many fixed effects, but I will double check that and add it as a robustness check.
Maybe we can leave the other to the
Let me
break.
stop here.
Okay?
Yeah.
So
Thank you, everyone. Again, very good points.
thank you very much, Agustin and Monica and everybody. So we move to the next paper. So is the present? Okay, here we are.
Okay, so shall I go?
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much to for the editors for inviting us here, me and my co-author Viola. It's I'm really happy to be here. It's great to come back to my home country to present in such a great place. So my name is Eduard Soariandreu, and I'm an assistant professor at Leiden University in the Netherlands. And I'm going to present to you a paper that I've been working for some time together with three co-authors, Rob Alessi, Viola Angelini, sitting here next to me, and Raun van Ooyen, the three of them from the University of Groningen. And as you can see, the title of the paper is Giving with a Warm Hand, Evidence on Estate Planning and Inter-vivos Transfers. And what we're going to do here is basically use very high quality administrative data for the Netherlands in order to try and say something about inter-vivos transfers at the end of life, and then have a discussion about what that says about preferences for that use of wealth compared to other uses of wealth at that time of life. Okay, so we frame this within the context of the retirement savings puzzle, which is, if you haven't heard about it, it's basically the idea that retired households tend to accumulate wealth at a much lower rate than the a stripped-down version of the life cycle model would predict. So the life cycle model predicts the very basic version that people will save during their working life and this save during retirement. But there's a lot of evidence showing for the US and for Europe that basically people do not save as much as this model would predict. And the literature has come up with different explanations for this. So there is a sub-branch of the literature looking at precautionary saving due to longevity risk. So people don't know how long they're going to live, so they save in order to not outlive their wealth. There is also a branch of the literature paying attention to precautionary saving due to medical risk. And there is a branch of the literature looking at saving for inheritances and for inter-vivos transfers at the end of life. And this is the branch of the literature that we want to contribute to. So we focus on preferences for estate planning and inter-vivos transfers. Previous literature that has looked at this has estimated bequest parameters in structural models. However, the problem usually in this literature is that both precautionary motives and bequest motives generate similar wealth trajectories. So it's tricky to distinguish between these two. And in this context, a paper by Kopchuk in 2007 at the QJE proposed an alternative strategy, basically a reduced from strategy, that consists of studying whether individuals engage in estate planning in the expectation of a near death. So when people get some bad news about their mortality, then they might start engaging in estate planning and inter-vivos transfers, and then that can say something about their preferences for wealth, for the uses of wealth and for saving. So, and I mean, I'm going to explain to you now a little bit what he does and then how we improve that. So he uses data on wealthy Americans, namely those that are basically that above the estate tax threshold, which is somewhere between 5 and 7%, top 5 or 7% of the wealth distribution. And he regresses wealth at time of death on length of illness and controls for quite some important variables in this case because they might be correlated both with length of illness and wealth at time of death. And these are age, lifetime income, gender, and marital status. And he has a rather limited measure of length of illness that consists of 3 categories. So he distinguishes between quick death, so that's instantaneous death, so quick length of illness. Then medium and long, which is medium means less than 1 month of illness, and long means more than 1 month, basically. And he finds that stage of individuals who died instantaneously are between 10 and 18% larger than those of those individuals who died due to a long illness. And basically, he interprets this find as the result of individuals engaging in estate planning and inter-vivos transfers at the end of life, and then basically that can say something about preferences for uses of wealth. And if you take that interpretation, then it can also take place due to different motives or different, let's say, mechanisms behind these transfers. And on the one hand, you can think of, or the literature at least calls it the joy of giving, which is the idea that people get utility from giving while they're alive. And it can be combined with the willingness to exert control over how a bequest is spent or invested. By bequest, I mean an inheritance. And if the giver wants to control how it's spent or invested, then you do it while you're still alive, or you do an early bequest. And it can also be seen as an exchange for services such as informal care. Then you have an incentive to give while you're still alive as well. There's a lot of literature looking at this exchange motive. And there is also, of course, the very interesting topic of tax avoidance. So often there are tax schedules, gift and inheritance tax schedules that provide incentives in order that basically provide the incentive to give while you're still alive, to break down an inheritance into chunks and give it over time in such a way that reduces the overall tax burden. However, in his strategy, there is two relevant concerns, and these are medical and non-medical expenditures, basically, because of course he observes that people who have, let's say, a long illness die with less wealth, but it can also be because they spent this wealth, and especially in the US context, which is his context. And there is also the possibility of suffering income shock. So if the onset of such an illness happens while you're still working, that can have an effect on your income, and then it can affect your wealth as well. And here what we do is we're going to build on this strategy in order to identify a preference for giving. And we're going to do so by exploiting, as I mentioned, rich data set, including deaths, all deaths occurred in the Netherlands between 2006 and 2013. And the richness, we argue that the richness of our data and the advantages of the Dutch context will allow us to significantly expand the strategy proposed by Kopchux, and particularly deal with these two issues that I mentioned. So we expand his work in four main different directions. So first of all, some of you might be familiar with this. Unfortunately, I have not that much time to go into detail. I would love to have more time to expose this. So maybe we can also talk about it later. So the point here is that the Dutch context prevents any major role of medical and non-medical expenditures and or income shocks. And that is because there is very widespread insurance, both public and private, and actually semi-private. So all kinds of insurance that people have access to that reduce out-of-pocket medical expenditures to a very small amount. Even there is evidence showing that these out-of-pocket medical expenditures are small at the very end of life. I mean, for most countries, of course, it depends on the institutional context, but you see often high levels of out-of-pocket medical expenditures, especially in the last year of life. And in the Netherlands, there's evidence showing that even then, it's very low. And also there is evidence showing that poor health in the Dutch context leads to less non-medical consumption due to the negative marginal utility of poor, let's say the negative effect of poor health on the marginal utility of consumption. And there is also evidence showing that income shocks have very limited effects on, let's say, health shocks have very limited effects on income. And that is because of a very generous unemployment benefit system and disability benefit system. And there is a paper showing that the drop in income due to a health shock is very limited. Moving on, we focus on our strategy on distinguishing between sudden and non-sudden deaths, and we use a much more nuanced definition compared to what Kopchux does, and we base it on the medical literature. I'll explain a little bit more about this. Another advantage is that we observe the whole wealth distribution and thus not only the very rich, and that's also very important because we will say something about the median. We will do also some quantile regression. And we are able to connect every individual in our sample with his or her children, which allows us to include children variables in the regression and also look at heterogeneity between people with and without children. And I'm going to tell you already that in the Netherlands, there's very clear tax incentives to give wealth at the end of life. Basically, the progressivity of the gift and inheritance tax schedule and the exemptions for inter-vivos giving make it attractive in tax terms. However, we leave the disentangling of the exact motives for future work because it's actually very tricky if you think about it. Sorry, I just want to look back. Yeah, here, if you look at these three motives in the middle of the slide, it would be very interesting to distinguish between them, but it's also very tricky because if you think about it well, you can see that they are not mutually exclusive. So also Kopchux was not able to distinguish between them, and we are leaving this for future work. Moving on to the data. So as I mentioned, we use Dutch administrative data, and it comes from different sources, namely the death register, the tax register, the hospital discharge register, and also municipal administration records for the background characteristics. And we observe all deaths occurred in the Netherlands between 2006 and 2013. And this amounts to just over 1 million deaths. So a lot of deaths. Yeah, so through the tax register, we obtain data on assets and liabilities given on the 31st of December of the year previous to death. So there is a small delay between the moment in which we observe wealth and the actual time of death. And we're going to try to deal with, as I will explain, as I will explain shortly. And we're going to focus as dependent variables on net worth and net financial wealth. And these data are given at the household level. And we're going to split the sample by marital status. We're going to look at marrieds and singles separately. And when we already divide the sample across this variable and also by gender, we see wealth distributions that are in all cases very highly skewed, as you would expect. I mean, the Netherlands is a very egalitarian country, but it's mostly equal in terms of income. There is quite some wealth inequality, actually. And regarding sudden deaths, as I mentioned, we use a definition from the medical literature, but we actually borrow it from a paper by Anderson and Nielsen in the Review of Financial Studies. And these are medically defined as unexpected deaths that occur instantaneously or within a few hours of an abrupt change in the person's clinical state. So basically, the idea is that you're fine and then you die. And we operationalize these sudden deaths following these authors who use these ICD-10 categories, and the choice is based in the medical literature. The ICD categories is basically the International Classification of Diseases put together by the WHO. And there's 6 categories, subcategories here. It's basically some cardiovascular diseases like acute myocardial infarction, cardiac arrest, congestive heart failure, stroke, and then as well sudden deaths of unknown cause, which is a category within this classification, and accidents and violence. The most common in our data are the 2 top ones, so acute myocardial infarction and stroke, actually. And we refine the definition even more than this, the paper by Anderson and Nielsen, because we have, as I mentioned, data from the hospital discharge registers. So we know when people have been to the hospital and we know whether there was a diagnosis. So we exclude from the sudden death category individuals who die of one of these cardiovascular diseases, but they have at least one previous hospital admission due to cardiovascular problems, because that would make it less sudden, the deaths, or at least more expected. And yeah, so here I'm showing you the background characteristics that we observe. We split the sample by sudden and non-sudden deaths here, and we show you the mean and the median of some variables. On top, you see net worth and net financial wealth. These are the dependent variables. The raw differences are not huge. Then we also see permanent income. We have a measure of permanent income, and we see not very clear differences between sudden deaths and non-sudden deaths in terms of permanent income. And we also observe gender, age, retirement status, number of children, marital status, and household structure. And the idea here is that if you look at it, it doesn't seem that, at least in the terms of the variables that we observe, people who suffer a sudden death are not too different from those who suffer a non-sudden death. And on top of this, there is a growing strand of literature within the medical literature showing that risk factors that are associated with cardiovascular disease are also related to the incidence of cancer. And this is quite relevant because cardiovascular disease and cancer account, each of them, for about 1/3 of all deaths in our data. So together it's 2/3. And cancer is considered in our data as a non-sudden death, while many of the cardiovascular diseases are sudden deaths. So this sort of backs up the idea that people who suffer a sudden death and people who don't are not too different in terms of their background, and this is quite crucial for the paper, actually. So let's move on to the methodology. Here you see the estimation equation. It's very simple, actually. It's a cross-section of deaths, basically, that take place at different points in time. On the left-hand side, you see W, which stands for wealth at the end of life, and NS is a dummy for non-sudden wealth. And then in X, we include the range of controls that you've seen in the previous table, and we add the time difference between wealth measurement and death, because as I said, there is a delay between the moment we observe wealth and the exact time of death, but we know the delay, so we control for that. And T contains year of death dummies. And if there is estate planning and transfers at the end of life, we would expect beta 1 to be negative. So meaning that people who suffer a non-sudden death die with less wealth than those who suffer a sudden death. And we assume epsilon to be independent across observations. However, due to the skewness of the dependent variable, we do not assume it to be a homoskedastic. So we use heteroskedasticity robust standard errors. And talking about the standard errors, I mean, you notice that we observe the whole population. And following Abadi and others, and a very recent paper, a very interesting paper by Wooldridge, we think of our study in a potential outcome framework. So, I mean, sampling error is not the only source of uncertainty, as these authors argue, and the standard errors still have a meaning in terms of telling you something about how accurate your estimates are. And in such a framework, basically, they tell us the extent, to what extent the state of the world that we observe is representative of all possible states of the world. I mean, this is actually more complicated, but I have not much time to go into it. And we are going to estimate beta 1 separate for singles and couples. Remember, we observe wealth at the household level. And actually, there's a lot of evidence showing that when there is a couple and one of the two dies, most of the inheritance of these transfers go to the spouse. And if we have household wealth, we're not going to capture this, actually. So that's why we split these two groups, and we expect to find a stronger effect for singles. And we also look at net worth and net financial wealth separately, and we expect to find a stronger effect for financial wealth, because when it comes to transfers, financial wealth involves less transaction costs and than, let's say, non-financial wealth. And we will re-estimate beta 1 in every case. Always we do that in the paper, restricting non-sudden deaths to those preceded by at least one hospitalization that is related to the cause of death. And that is because basically the non-sudden deaths in our story, they are supposed to be expected. And if you have been already to the hospital before for the same reason that you, let's say, for the same cause of the same diagnosis as the cause of death, then I mean, you would expect that this is more of an expected death, and it's more likely to lead to this behavior that we're trying to capture here. So let's jump into the results. Here you see the very baseline results. You see it for net worth and for net financial wealth, and for singles and for couples. Panel A offers the very basic baseline results, and panel B applies this restriction that I mentioned here to the non-sudden death definition. And what we see here is negative coefficients across the board. So that's what we expect to find. And you see that there is more significance for singles than for couples. And also you see that when we restrict non-sudden deaths to those preceded by at least one hospitalization that is related to the cause of death. So in panel B, we see larger coefficients. And in all cases, we always provide, so I mean, something I didn't say before is that we don't take the log of the dependent variable because of the negatives and the zeros, but we always look at percentage effects in any case. So we calculate the percentage of the coefficient with respect to the average of the dependent variable to get an idea of the size of these transfers or the size of these coefficients in relative terms. And we see, when we look at that, we see the strongest effect for financial wealth of singles. We see this 11.63%, which is interesting. And then we rerun our estimations controlling for income shocks. So what we do here is we exclude all non-sudden deaths preceded by any hospitalization before the age of 65. I mean, in this period, the statutory retirement age was 65. So we assume that if you receive, let's say, if you have a hospital admission before you're 65, that might mean that there is a health shock that leads to an income reduction. So we exclude those, and we pay attention here only to deaths above 65. And when we do that, we see that the results for couples become smaller and they get less significant. However, those for singles remain stable. When we look at effects by age, we see that the effects for those above 70 are much more accurately estimated. If you look at financial wealth on the right-hand side, then you see that actually for those younger than 70, the effect is very close to zero. The estimate is very close to zero and estimated with a lot of uncertainty. We also looked at effects by cause of death. So then restricting the sample to non-sudden deaths caused by a particular, let's say, disease, and then compare those with the sudden deaths. And we find the strongest effect for cancer, actually. When you look at financial wealth, you see it very clearly. We find an effect that in relative terms is close to 20%. For cardiovascular diseases, we also find an effect that is negative and significant. And for respiratory and mental health, we find effects that are not significantly different from zero. These are basically we selected these conditions because they are the most common in our data. And yeah, as I mentioned, we also estimate quantile regression. And we find this a very interesting result. So basically what you see here is the estimation for several percentiles, for the median on top, and then for the 75th, the 90th, and the 95th and the 99th percentile. And when you look at the median, it's interesting that we find effects there too. Even though in absolute terms, these coefficients are much smaller than what we find on average. And if you look at financial wealth, what is interesting is that as we move up the wealth distribution, we see that these coefficients in absolute terms become much larger. However, the relative effect in percentages is quite stable. And this is very interesting because it basically says that this type of behavior does not only take place at the very top of the wealth distribution. We have a whole range of robustness and further analysis, but I mean, I don't have time to explain everything. We look at effects by gender and by presence of children and grandchildren, and we don't find significant effects. Actually, the effect by presence of children is very interesting because it's actually in line with the literature that shows that people without children also have a bequest motive and also give wealth. We also apply alternative definitions of permanent income. We look at the effects by trimester of death in order to deal with this delay issue that I mentioned. We exclude nursing homes and re-estimate our effects because people in nursing homes are the most likely to have out-of-pocket medical expenditures. We look at effects by length of illness, even though the definition of length of illness is not very accurate, but it's an interesting result we get there. We look at effects before and after 2010 tax reform. There was a reform of the inheritance and gift tax system, and we don't find a difference, which is interesting. And then we also look at the change in wealth as dependent variable and wealth in 2006 as dependent variable for deaths taking place after 2010. However, the results here are quite inconclusive, and this has to do mainly with the fact that we don't know exactly when these transfers are taking place. And it is difficult to, let's say, establish a moment or an event that could trigger them. So therefore, this, I mean, we can talk about this later if you want, but these results are rather inconclusive, I would say. To conclude, we find that individuals who suffer a sudden death die with more wealth than those who do not, and the baseline estimates range from about 3% to about 11%. And depending on the marital status, on whether we look at net worth or net financial wealth. And we find strongest effects for singles, stronger effects for singles and for couples, and stronger effects for net financial wealth than for net worth. As I explained, that's what we would expect. And we find the strongest effect for single individuals who die of cancer, while we do not find an effect for deaths related to mental illness, which is interesting because, I mean, yeah, you wouldn't expect people who have a mental illness to be easily able to engage in estate planning. And effects are more precisely estimated for older groups. We find no significant differences between males and females and individuals with and without children. And we find effects in the median and percentiles above the median. And yeah, I mean, following Kopchuk's, basically we interpret these results as capturing the presence of estate planning that reflects the presence of giving at older ages vis-a-vis other possible uses of wealth, especially in the Netherlands, if you think that there is no clear incentive to save for precautionary reasons related to medical health due to insurance or due to longevity risk due to, let's say, the annuity scheme of the pension system. Okay, I hope I'm on time. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. So we have first Miguel and then Ernesto, as usual, them in the stage.
Thank you. Thank you to the editors for assigning me this interesting paper, and thanks Eduard and Viola for the very interesting paper and presentation. So, quick summary of the paper. The question, as I see it, is whether severely people make more inter vivos gifts to avoid inheritance tax than people who are not ill. And the empirical approach is to exploit this information on sudden versus non-sudden deaths. having fantastic data from the Netherlands for 8 years. They have all the information on all deaths with medical records saying exactly what was the cause of death. And they can link this to wealth tax records, crucially, and also income tax records. Unfortunately, they cannot link it to the inheritance tax records, which is kind of the one that, the additional one we might want to see, but looking at wealth obviously gives them the outcome variable. So the main result, if you compare people suffering non-sudden deaths, you see that they end life with lower wealth than those who die suddenly. And the effect is a bit bigger for singles and couples, and it's substantial. It's 7% or 5% of the average wealth. And it's even larger if you focus only on financial wealth, on the most liquid wealth. And they have a discussion of mechanisms that this could be driven by joy of giving, by some quid pro quo agreements, or estate planning, also known as tax avoidance, that they emphasize as the main channel they think is behind this. So in terms of contribution, this is an important question in an age of aging population. There's a large existing literature focused on multiple countries. And one of the key papers that they emphasize is this paper by Kopchuk on the US. And they have some advantages on top of Kopchuk. They have more comprehensive data over the whole full wealth distribution. So they can show that it's not only a story of people at the very top, which is what Kopchuk could show, but throughout the wealth distribution, they have better information on causes of death. And there's also the factor that medical expenditures are smaller in Netherlands than in the US. In terms of policy implications, the paper doesn't say much about this, and I'll comment more on this later. I think this is one of the places where the paper could add more value. Just to reframe the identification challenge that they're facing here. So severely ill people may experience, as you are diagnosed with cancer or something like that, you might have lower income. If this happens to you when you're not retired, you might have higher medical expenses, and you might have other non-medical expenses like home care that might go up. So all of these would lead you to die with lower wealth than someone who didn't die suddenly. So the challenge that they're facing is how do we disentangle all these effects? So what do? A lot of these issues they deal with citing other work that has used similar data for Netherlands. So nowhere income, they cite a related paper that shows that when people are unexpectedly hospitalized, the reduction in income is about 5% per year. And they rerun the analysis excluding people who have had at least one hospital admission before retirement, finding that the results hold still for singles and just turn a bit weaker for couples. Medical expenses, they provide also references to other papers that show that out-of-pocket expenses are pretty low in Netherlands, so this shouldn't be a huge concern. And higher non-medical expenses, they also cite a paper, which involves one of the co-authors, showing that actually people do spend less, not more, in non-medical expenses. So this would be not an issue and even would make the estimates a lower bound. What are other ways in which you could try to push a bit more, although already this paper has been through several rounds of revision, not only in this journal, but in other journals, so there's a lot of robustness checks and a lot of different tests. There's one I kept thinking about, like, if you could really compare the two groups that you want to compare in a systematic way, saying, okay, I know when these people died, so let me compare the wealth a fixed number of years before that, because you have the data, 3, 4, 5 years, I don't know, you cannot go back infinitely in time. You do something in an appendix, and you mentioned it in that slide with all the robustness, and I think this came from RFA, but I think this type of test would be a bit more systematic than the one currently in there, and it might be reassuring that the effect is there at the end of life, but the difference wasn't there 3-5 years before. You also have the information on income. So I know most of these people are retired, but there might still be some variation on income in the last 5 years. And this is something you could show probably graphically. So a lot of the paper shows evidence on tables, regressions, but it doesn't make use of figures to show the reader visually that there's no differences between these two groups that you want to compare. So I think more could be done to show that the two groups that are being compared, sudden and non-sudden death, look the same before the onset of disease for some group or something. Then the paper could improve in helping the reader understand the institutional setting. So also in the in the presentation, it was not fully clear what are the incentives for using gifts versus inheritance and how did they change. There was a reform of the tax schedule in 2010. There's some information in an appendix of the paper, but it's not much. And I kept wondering about this because they are taxed according to the same tax schedule. And the difference is in the exempt amount. So I actually plotted the tax schedule to show that the reform, so in blue you have the tax schedule for gifts and inheritance before the reform, then after, so you can see it's a kind of regressive reform. So it's making inheritances less taxed, especially at the top. And this is, you can see it in money, the difference between those two lines is the actual liability. So there could be some effects. They do the analysis for both pre and post, and they don't find significant differences. But I think this, you have to investigate inside the paper to understand why the reform is not so relevant. But the exemptions, which are also in this appendix, are quite important. So the idea here is that children, I think less than 18, and probably this is also over 35, you have an exempt amount annually, so you can keep giving your children 4,000 or 5,000 every year, and that's exempt. But if your child is between 18 and 35, there's this one-time gift that you can give, which is much bigger. And this is probably the one that is driving some of these results, but it's not emphasized in the paper. I think helping the reader understand what is the type of gift that you're thinking about that is most common would be useful. The allowance for partner is much bigger, so it cannot be a story about giving to the partner. It has to be a story about giving to the children. So what's the exempt amount for inheritances? They're actually pretty high. So unless you plan ahead and really do this annual thing for many years, there's also an exempt amount for inheritance, and the tax schedule is the same. So I'm not sure in every case it's advantageous for you to do gifts than inheritances. So I think kind of showing what the incentives are at what types of cases tax avoidance has a return would be useful. Okay. Policy relevance. So this journal is called Economic Policy, and I was missing this whole section of this is why this matters. And I understand that here you have to be more speculative because you don't have a lot of data, and the reform doesn't change anything fundamental. But you do mention the look-back period, which is if you make donations in your deathbed and the day after you die, this is going to be, the Dutch government is going to consider it an inheritance. And actually the look-back period is 6 months. Anything you gave in the last 6 months is going to be counted as inheritance. They mention in the paper, in other countries, the period is longer, 7 years. Would that be a solution to this whole problem of estate planning and just you remove any incentives to do this? Are there other policies out there that could be used? I think in this type of journal, that section is a must to kind of complete the paper, especially if you have an identification challenge like the one you have where most of the robustness checks you show broadly are in the same ballpark, but it's not really clear that you can rule out all the other channels apart from estate planning. So I think this would strengthen the paper. And other comments, I think there's an issue with the communication in the introduction of the paper, and I think it happened also in the presentation. You tell us a lot about what Kopchuk did, and then you tell us, and we did this. I would do it the other way. I would say, this is what we do, this is based on Kopchuk, and this is how we improve on Kopchuk, and I would definitely explain the tax incentives more clearly at the beginning. Final thing, if I have, how am I doing on time, Roberto? Okay, perfect. So you said you're not using logs because you have zeros and negatives, but in your summary statistics, that's only below the 10th percentile. So you have 90% of the observations, you have positive wealth. If we really care about the relative effects, not so much I would also show the log specification to just compare, because obviously for the high wealth individuals, the absolute numbers are going to be very large, and this is moving around your numbers a lot. It's giving you a lot of variance. This is a place where I think having log wealth on the left-hand side is totally justified, and dropping those who have negative wealth, they're not going to give anything if they have negative wealth, so it's not gonna matter much. And there's a couple of places in the paper I couldn't resist saying this, where they say results available upon request. I thought we were done with this because we have online appendices, and you have lots of pages, lots of tables in the appendix. So just show us the results, and we know that not all of them show the exact number that you want, but I think most of the robustness checks are kind of consistent with the numbers you're getting. It's more about interpretation and about explaining more clearly what the setting is. But anyway, great paper, and I hope it gets published.
Thank you, Miguel. Ernesto? Perfectly on time.
So first of all, thank you for the opportunity. And also, I always say this in true, because Rob was one of the first persons I met in this profession, and I kept looking at his work and Viola's and loved it very much. So this is a great opportunity. So wealth dynamics in the old days are really hard to understand. Reaching the others depart from this paper by Kopchuk, in which individuals who die after long illness have lower wealth levels than those who die unexpectedly. Which, in the case of Kopchuk, he shows that actually individuals give more next to their death. Those who are exposed, who know that their death is coming soon. He has information on this section G in the American tax schedule, where actually give gifts. This paper, on the other hand, has unusually rich data from the Netherlands, full population of terminal wealth, matched to medical records. This is fantastic. So they classify the case of death into sudden and non-sudden, and we find these 7 to 10% lower estates, mainly singles, cannot, as has been clear, cannot be fully accounted by labor income drops, and it's not likely to be generated by higher consumption or anything. So it must be estate planning. So, let me start with something that it was also already said by Miguel. So I really would like to compare two persons who start with the same initial level of wealth. One receives an information shock, the other doesn't. And the information is you're going to live you're not going to live much more. Okay, and if you're not going to live much more, no, typical life cycle model will tell you, okay, deplete it. This is not very sensible because if you're going to die soon, you're not likely to go in a binge of consumption. Most probably you give it away. Okay, but this is a prediction on trajectories. I don't think it's a prediction really on levels. So, I mean, you mentioned, I couldn't find it in the paper, the thing on trajectories. I think it would be like real great to look at it. Because I'm thinking of results, like, for example, you find people who have been in these conditions for more than 10 years. Okay, so it's hard to think to me that people who have been in this time prior to entering a hospital for more than 10 years, that they're really comparable to the group of people with sudden deaths. I think this something can happen. So it would be like real nice to see these trajectories. The second comment is, it is well known in the literature, this is not about this paper, is that the fall of wealth among descendants with expected deaths is larger for individuals without children. This is well known. This is something that we have found in many places, right? Here, you can see, right, if you look at the bottom, at the bottom row, people without children deplete or end up with 6% or lower net wealth, very similar to people with children. People with their net financial wealth is 16% lower than people than people without children and sudden deaths. But among people with children, it's only 6%. So it looks like, people without children have this extra motive. Okay, what does it, I mean, this is commonly found, okay? Heard found it, Kopchuk and Lupton also find it, your humble servant as well does. But, so these transfers must go to somewhere, right? For people without children. So I took the household finance consumption survey with third in the Netherlands. Basically, 14% of people report that they have received a transfer, inter-vivos transfer. And, among those, 25%, if I didn't screw up, which maybe, report having mentioned a gift. Okay, so for this story to hold is that, I mean, gifts from people who are not your parents should be substantial, right? First of all, well, something really reassuring, most gifts and bequests in the HFCS are in the form of money. That's great, because your effects are mostly in financial wealth. That's fantastic. But, if you look at from whom these transfers are received, 82% are received from parents, and 6% are received from grandparents. Other is 8% only. And it's 8% of this, 25% of this top 14%. Okay, maybe surveys are completely wrong, but I always have had this result that we are always saying that, okay, the presence of children is not a good measure of a bequest motive. Well, I mean, we need some direct evidence. Maybe it's charity. Maybe these people are giving it to charity. Fine, but we may need something to nail the point. The third comment is the age profile in your paper, which is very different from between males and females. Okay, so people who die, males who die below 70. Basically, there's not a difference between sudden and non-sudden deaths, okay? But if you go to 85, the difference is pretty large. And you would think, hang on, by 85, I should have depleted a lot. How come it's so large there? But and what happens with females? Because females, the result is reversed. So I don't know, I found that surprising, because Kopchuk doesn't find that. Kopchuk finds that there are extremely wealthy people, that the younger you die, the bigger you give, the amount you give. Maybe these are super rich people, but I found it interesting that you find that. Wrapping up, wealth trajectories. If you've done it, great. I would love to see it, but maybe I missed it. Sorry. Some alternative explanations aside from inter-reverse transfers, because these people seem to be holding their wealth to the last moment, and only they give it when they are going to die. Some people mention it can be something else, can be funeral expenses, or can be charity. How can we know it's inter-reverse giving, and how can we know it's inter-reverse giving to children? More broadly, why are we like this? I mean, why would we want to withhold our gifts till the last moment of our life? I mean, we want to exact services from our children, but elderly without children withhold their wealth as well. Is these people who want to keep control of the business, make sure that, to the last moment I do my thing, they don't know these guys around? Yeah, but still, you see that all around the wealth distribution. More broadly, inter-reverse transfers, they are 7 to 11% of terminal wealth. They're held until the last moment. They don't respond to potential recipient's income, which is amazing. You find that, you're able to do that. Do not react to taxation. So, my colleague Isabel Micó, who's here, argues that these taxes have some efficiency problems because, if I have to pay a tax on a transfer, I don't have the liquidity, I may have to borrow and do stupid things. But okay, forget about that. Help to the last moment, don't react to receiving income, don't react to taxation, tax them more.
Okay, Ernesto, perfectly on time. So I say I pick up a few questions for 6 minutes, and then I give 5 minutes. So, Janji.
So great paper and very rich analysis. So maybe two comments. One is in terms of motivation. You already said your data, relative to the literature has a great feature that countries that you study have great public health. Therefore, you don't need to worry about medical expenditures. There's another benefit you might consider adding as a motivation. Like in the US, especially your data covers non-super rich people. Like before, middle-income families or low-middle-income families, transferring wealth to children could reduce children's eligibility for financial aid in college studies. So that's a disincentive to sort of give gifts. Whereas I guess in the country that you study, college education essentially is free too, right? So that removes that particular complication as well. So that that's another advantage of your data set that you might wish to add. That's one. And two, I wonder whether you can do something about whether your data allow you to observe the education level of the individuals, profession they have. Because one of the things thinking about death is, for some people, is by itself creates disutility. So one of the reasons why many families, if not most, fail to do proper estate planning or financial planning is just thinking about this is exhausting, and it creates disutilities. So one thing you might be able to examine, or certainly is an important question to examine, is whether education level professions, so being economics professor, finance professor, working in banks, in insurance, and so on, raises the probability that individuals will do proper planning or not. If you are able to say something like this, I think there will be like a first evidence in the literature, right? And finally, even though you won't doesn't need to worry about education expenditure, health expenditure, still estate planning. One of the problem with there's a popular book in the bookstore called "How to Die Broke." That's about maximizing your. If you can do perfect planning, you can maximize your net wealth. But one of the tricky part of that is to know your date of death. That's very tricky, unless you can do Ernest Hemingway approach. I don't know. So those of you who don't know how Ernest Hemingway or his father died, you can Google that. In principle, he could do perfect planning because he knows exactly on which day he died, because he chose to die a certain date. That's not feasible for most people. So if there's also some way to measure uncertainty, like your health, you have great data about health, like hospital visits and so on. I wonder whether there's a way for you to construct amount of uncertainty about the date of death, and whether you can use that as a correlate of this. So finally, related to that, there's a paper by Joe Slamrod. I don't know whether it's on your reference list or not, which received Ig Nobel Prize, which is like a satiric Nobel Prize. The paper does the following. The paper claims that many rich, so he looks at he's a public finance people. You look at the death dates of rich Americans. He finds it's unusually low rate of death in the last few weeks of December, and unusually high rate of death in the early January. And he inferred that people like to give that if you die in January or December, you give your children, your survivors, an extra year of tax exemptions. So and some people give the paper ignore Nobel Prize because whoever gave the prize thinks it's ridiculous. But Slamrod said, I'm doing this in a very serious way. But so I guess there's some extent that people, even on deathbed, he claimed that people have some control, have some desire, and have ability to control date of death. And I wonder whether that's something you could investigate in your context as well.
Francesco?
Yeah, I think my question is a bit naive, but why do we kind of assume that these are all transfer? And so I didn't see how you rule out that people just increase consumption, which is something I would personally do, and it's perfectly irrational. And especially given the results that people deplete more if they have no children, and so this is a and then clearly I'm trying to understand. Yeah, again, because I may decide if I learn about my future death, given that there is still uncertainty on when exactly I will die, then I can probably clean all my situation to make it easier for my children to inherit everything. But why do I have to give them my wealth now unless there is a clear advantage in terms of taxation? And so you want to see that the response react to the depletion of wealth reacts to changes in taxes. Otherwise, I would think it's just increased consumption. And then the second question is about the definition of sudden death, which is based on, if I understand correctly, based on the cause of death. But like clearly, I mean, a stroke, a heart attack is a sudden death if it's the first one. But if you're aged 90 and it's the fifth one, and you survive the first four, it's not unexpected any longer. And so clearly you don't know when it will come the next one, but you know that you have that condition and that you already survived a few. I mean, both my grandparents survived many and then died. So then I will, and this goes against finding an effect in your case, because you're classifying as unexpected death which are expected. So I would use the hospitalization story to define this as a robustness check, and unexpected death as something which is like a stroke when it's the first one. And which I think you could do, and it's not what you do at the moment, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, a very nice paper. So in the beginning, you mentioned that you do not want to look on, or you will not look at channels or the different motives for this for your behind your effect. But I think you have an amazing data set, right? A very rich data set, not only very large, but also a lot of information, administrative data. And you have a large group of people who have children, and you have information on these children. And I think I thought about how to use information on children to maybe to rule out certain channels. So, for example, you have the employment status of children, I guess. So if, for example, both are full-time working, then maybe this quid pro quo explanation is less likely to be relevant than in a case where you have where only maybe one child is working and the other is at home and stuff like this. So I think you could do more exploiting the data set, in particular for information on children, and maybe by this you can address the different motives that lie behind the results.
Beatrice.
Hi, thank you very much. I think it was super interesting. So I have like one comment related to what we were just discussing. I think probably you don't have data, but I think it's something interesting to think about, that when you're dying and you have no children and you're giving like this big request, this might be something you're actually not choosing actively, but maybe like you're sick and suddenly like your neighbor comes and he's super nice and he starts, I mean, I know from anecdotal evidence, but this happens like quite frequently. So it is not that I optimally choose like, okay, I want to give you like this amount of money, but I'm sick, I'm weak. And then like this person comes and then they start luring me. Oh yeah, you know, so I know probably you don't have data, and as they were saying, like you're not looking into the motives. But I think this would matter if you care about the utility of this person, because then this person is actually getting at probably this utility for giving you this, but you're weak. You don't have anything you can do like against this. So I wonder whether, I don't know, maybe there's some data, or you can talk a little bit about this motive. Thank you.
Yes, hi, very nice paper. I've seen it a couple of times already, but I realized something. As the only Dutch representative here, I would like to mention something. Your data stops in 2013, so you're avoiding maybe one of the biggest transfer bequest policy in the Netherlands, which is in 2013, they introduced a policy that you could give 100,000 euros to your children tax-free to buy a house. I have some colleagues in Maastricht who just showed that had exploded the housing market in the Netherlands, the cost, and increased inequality between the rich and the poor. So it was very interesting. So actually this year, the government is bringing it back down to 28,000 because of all these effects. And I'm wondering if you could say at least something. I know it's a bit outside your data, or if you could extend your data and try to see if it really changed the bequest way, because this was tax-free. It seems to be a lot, like very similar to what the lower end of your distribution gives. And I'm not sure exactly when they gave, but it really was a very, very interesting policy that lasted 10 years, and they've given up on it, given all the inequality impacts it had. So it would be nice to look into this. Thanks.
So we have Axel online that wants to ask a question. Axel.
Thanks. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So first, I want to say I really enjoyed the paper. I actually didn't know it. And to the question of why is it useful, I also think it gives input to quantitative models to evaluate policy. So I really liked it. I had 3 comments. My first comment was, so probably it's a bit, I mean, I'm not sure it's really doable, but it would be nice to try to exploit the extensive margin of giving. Like we know that some people do estate planning, some people don't. And this would matter quite a bit for distributional concerns. I don't know if there's a way to tease out this element in the data. My second comment was about maybe you can try to isolate the informal care channel when you focus on like non-sudden deaths. You could check at how much time you spent at the hospital, and if you spent like the last 2 years at the hospital, probably you were less in need of informal care, and so maybe that effect should be, I mean, that could give you some variation here. And my third comment is I side very much with the comment that was made before, that it would be great to look at kids. In fact, you do know a lot of things about children and grandchildren, and maybe that could tell us more about the mechanisms. Thanks.
Thank you, Axel. So, I mean, you'll have like 5 minutes, but I wanted to add one thing before. So, the comment of Ernesto on those that have no kids. So, I think is interesting because, so why do you live to your kids, basically? So, why do you want to avoid taxes leaving to your kids? Because you think that your kids are sort of spending your money in a way that is coherent with the value that you transmitted them, with your preference and so on. There's one thing that you really want to do with your money is that you want to control where your money goes. So you really don't want the state to decide how to use your money, right? So that's why probably you prefer to give it to charity. That's what happens to US, why people prefer to give to charity, mixed funds and so on, and nothing else. So this is something that is not really stated in your paper. I mean, it's a motive that it is within your what you call joy of giving, but it's not really joy of giving. It's that you are pissing off if the state use your money, if you don't have control on that. So that's probably something that could go in that direction. So
Yeah, so I presented this paper many times, and actually one of the first comments I got was from Michael Hurt, who's an American, and he said these motives are not mutually exclusive because I mean, in America, we don't want to give it to the state, and we don't care about to whom we give it, just not the state. That's actually
Italian are the same.
So there's just an aversion to paying taxes, and you don't care if you give it to your children or to somebody else. Yeah, I think in practice it's tricky to distinguish these motives because I mean, on the one hand, there is a very clear incentive, like Miguel said, and I think that this is driving the results. But then we look at the effects before and after this reform, and we find no change. And then I agree with Ernesto that if in the case that taxes was not driving this, that tax it more because people. It seems like people really want to give, no? So then they just tax them more, perhaps. So it depends on how you interpret it. The policy implication is quite different, actually. And I agree with Miguel. We could have paid more attention to the policy implications, but we were a little bit cautious. And I think that the most interesting one was the 6-month look-back period because it is actually pretty short, and there is a very clear incentive, tax incentive in the Netherlands to give before you die. And I know from many anecdotal evidence that this happens, actually. So yeah, I have a long list of comments. You said 5 minutes in total, right?
Yeah. So you are not obliged to.
Okay.
To respond to that.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, Miguel said, why not compare wealth 3 or 5 years before? Yeah. I mean, we thought a lot about this, and we've had comments from referees, and we have looked at the idea of looking at wealth trajectories, but they never really look as smooth as you would like, and that is because there are wealth is very noisy, and there are many things affecting wealth at the end of life. Yeah, so basically what Ernesto said, you put it very, very clearly. You said, okay, we have two people who are the same, and then one receives information and the other one doesn't. Problem is that in this paper, we don't know what information is received when. So we don't have the moment in which these two start diverging. And this varies by individual. It can take very long. So when you start looking at wealth, let's say at the end, at last years of life, and you want to look at trajectories, it's very difficult to know when this starts. And actually, we're running to the limitation that we only observe wealth from 2005 onwards. So if we want to do something like what Miguel said, then we have to exclude the first years of the sample that we have, so of the data that we have. So then it becomes quickly a limitation in many aspects. Yeah, so a log wealth, I think we could do that. It's not a problem. Regarding the consumption, yeah, so there is evidence for the Netherlands showing that poor health actually leads to less consumption. I mean, I agree with you. I mean, if I think I know that I'm going to die, okay, then I might just go down my bucket list and spend everything I have. But there is a long string of literature showing that the poor health has a negative effect on the marginal utility of consumption. So people who are unhealthy enjoy it less. And there is clear evidence for the Netherlands showing that when people are sick and when people get old, they consume less, which is actually a very interesting finding, because I mean, we're very worried about the the purchasing power of retirees and older people, but they actually spend very little often in things that are non-medical, and that's very clear for the Netherlands. There's evidence showing that. And regarding the heart conditions, we do exclude from our definition of sudden deaths those with previous hospitalizations related to heart conditions. So we actually do that. As long as somebody has been to the hospital and has had a diagnosis for a stroke, that person is not anymore in our sudden death category. Yeah, and there's a lot of issues about the children. So yeah, so we find an effect for those who have no children, but bear in mind, I mean, I think I showed this at some point, but that most people in our sample do have children. So, I mean, in the end, like, the effects are different, but I think it's 75 or 80% of the people that were in our sample. I mean, I'm just saying it out of my head, but it's most people have children. So even though it's relevant to think about those who have no children, they are a bit less representative of the whole society. And yeah, so thanks for the comment about the Eurobond, this tax exemption that was introduced in the Netherlands in 2013. Actually, it's a bit more complicated. It was introduced, then it was removed, and then it was introduced again, and now it's been removed again. And it's a very interesting one. I mean, what I would expect if that was in our data, if what Miguel says is true, is that this exemption really drives our results, then I would expect the results to get even bigger, because basically this policy was that this limitation.
Isn't it already in 2010 reform? Because it says up to 50,000, and I assume that's per parent. So if both your mother and father give you, isn't that?
Right, that became 100 in 2013.
And that's a different thing from
yeah.
the.
No, it's the same thing, but then it became 100 basically, instead of 50,000.
And that's per parent or per recipient?
Per recipient. So basically, you can give to your children one time tax-free 100,000 euros as long as it's to buy a house. And yeah, so many of the comments I think are very useful, and things can be done about them. I mean, we can look a bit more about the employment situation of the children. That can definitely be done, even though data on employment and education are not, like education, I think it's only available for a sample of the population actually. And employment, I think it is available, but it is a bit tricky to merge. And yeah, so thanks for all the comments. I don't know if
I think that in the sake of taking a coffee, that's good to start.
Good, yeah.
So we going back in 10 or 15 minutes? 15 minutes? Yeah, okay.
It's 15 minutes actually.
Perfect. Thank you.
I can give 6,000. Yeah.
Sì, sì.
I think that we can start. Okay, so Timo, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Great, fantastic. Yeah, we can. Usual rules, we have 25 minutes, and then you will be followed by Mar and Natalia. I don't know in which order. Natalia first and Mar second. Okay. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for having me remotely. So I'll be talking about distributional climate implication of policy response to energy price shocks. Let me just sort of remind where this sort of started. I mean, we saw a persistent increase in energy price, in particular, the price of hydrocarbons, in particular natural gas, in the wake of both in the prelude and sort of in the wake of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. On the right here, you've plotted, so to say, the system average price of natural gas across the whole UK natural gas grid. And you see that basically prices just shot up, quite in a spiky fashion, but also quite persistently. And it's unlikely that we'll see sort of a decline in terms of the level of natural gas prices coming down to anywhere before the pre-war levels. Obviously, in terms of the broader dimension here, there's sort of a weaponization of the energy dependence, where you see here on the right-hand side, the UK, in terms of meeting its primary energy needs, is quite dependent on natural gas. So if it's here on the sort of very, very, very right corner, which obviously created a large economic shock that necessitated a policy response. And there was a huge debate over the structure of this policy response, both politically, but as well as sort of economically, how this should be shaped in terms of consumers, households, firms, and so on. What I'll be talking today is about household energy support policy. And what we see as sort of a feature almost unanimously across countries is that much of the support that was given to households to cushion that blow was done in a way that is quite untargeted. So we see, for example, here, according to this sort of classification, again, there's some ambiguity in terms of nomenclature of what is targeted, what's not targeted. But we'll see that sort of the UK sort of stands out with close to 85% of its energy support measures not being targeted. In particular, the UK policy response had two main components. One of them was a lump sum transfer to all households of about £400 in spring 2022, and then another sort of transfer that was operating via the price mechanism, essentially subsidizing energy consumption to the tune of about 40% relative to what the best expectation of market prices were in fall 2022 as we're going into winter, through what is called the energy price guarantee. So what the energy price guarantee did, it effectively lowered consumer-facing prices. Just again, to highlight this a little bit more, the focus on the UK policy response, essentially over spring and summer 2022, energy markets are regulated. There's a national monopoly, so there's a regulator that sort of caps essentially the charges that energy companies can impose on consumers. And what we see here is sort of a plot of the best expectation of what the cap, the energy price cap that is set by the regulator would have been as of October 2022. And you see this has two components. One of them is the standing charge, which is the daily connection fee that households have to pay to be connected to the natural gas grid. There's an equivalent for the electricity grid. And we see that basically the standing charge was sort of increased substantially as per the regulator's recommendation. And that standing charge increase, which of course is very regressive, was implemented under the energy price guarantee. So that's the left panel of this figure. On the right panel, we look at what happened to the unit price per kilowatt hour of natural gas. And we see relative to the October 2021, so a year before the crisis, unit prices for natural gas would have more than tripled. And then the energy price guarantee effectively brought down this unit price by about, well, it's close to 50%. which meant if it's a very direct intervention, so to say, in the price setting mechanism. At the time when the energy price guarantee became effective, the vast majority of UK households would have been rolled off of potentially longer term supply contracts. Typically households have at most a 1-year supply contract. But one of the first things that the UK government did was to essentially, basically energy suppliers stopped signing on customers on fixed term energy supply contracts. So the vast majority of households by the time that winter was hitting would have been on rolling contracts, not fixed term contracts, which meant households were actually exposed to the shock. Just in terms of the regressiveness, again, this is all coming from a policy briefing at an event that was held in Westminster in October 2022. We see that energy consumption, the average household energy consumption, is highly skewed in terms of income. We see that in particular households with an income of £150,000 or above, consume more than twice the amount of energy on average that households consume across the UK as a whole. But actually, even if we look at the data, we can break this down as a 2x2 by income and so energy consumption percentile by income. We see that actually it's more like a hockey stick, meaning that there's very few households in a very high income bracket that actually drive this drastic increase in the energy consumption at high incomes. It's a hockey stick. Now, what we did in summer 2022 was to try to develop a measurement framework to think about, well, how can we, using public data, basically model what the likely household exposure would be to the energy price shock, and obviously what the policy interventions were doing to this. So this is sort of like the measurement framework that was set out. Obviously, household energy consumption is highly heterogeneous, and we don't have individual linked data of who's consuming and what property they live in and how they consume, but we have lots and lots of different pieces of data that we can sort of combine and look at together. So there's at least 3 features or factors that go into sort of an energy demand function, in addition from to prices. Prices obviously is who is consuming energy, which is sort of the makeup of residents to a property. The what, which is the structural characteristics of a property, whether it's insulated or not insulated, and obviously the how do people live in a property. And what we're trying to do what we've built over the summer 2022 was essentially, with granular data, a best estimate of what likely a household's energy consumption might look like. In terms of the data, I will not go into that much detail because it's a bit complex. But in essence, we have data thanks to quite good open data infrastructure in the UK on energy consumption or estimates of energy consumption at a very granular level, down to the postcode level, where there's at most 5 households, at least 5 households living in a postcode. We have both the mean, median, and the sum of energy consumption. And we also have data from the energy performance certificates, which captures essentially a technical engineering estimate of the the likely energy needs of a property under some occupational assumptions, or under some assumptions of how many residents live in a property, but it very much links to the physical attributes of the property. What we do is essentially work out, do a type of moment matching with granular individual level anonymized data, together with area level data, together with the essentially population of properties, to essentially attribute an individual energy consumption estimate to an individual property. There's multiple ways of doing this. But in essence, as I said, we have both the sum, median, and mean at a granular level spatially, as well as individual level energy consumption, where we don't know who's living in a property, but we have a range of property characteristics, the region, and that sort of allows us essentially to perform some type of moment matching at a very granular level. And what I'm plotting here on the right-hand side is, so to say, a plot of the what I then call the ensemble average of there's multiple approaches of how we do this moment matching of the likely exposure in this case of the median household in a postcode. And we see that in terms of actual energy consumption and our estimated energy consumption, which is on the horizontal axis, there's a decent fit. In terms of we can evaluate the goodness of fit across different moments as well, because of course the granular property level data with the property attributes I only have for about 60% of the housing stock in the UK. The housing stock that doesn't have an energy performance certificate on average tends to be less energy efficient. But in essence, what this is saying is that on average, our model can explain around 75% of the variation in observed energy consumption for all the three moments, the mean, median, and the sum, as long as we have a sufficient data coverage in terms of the area characteristics, in terms of the share of properties in an area that have an EPC, as long as that's about 50 to 60%, we achieve a goodness of fit of around 75%. For all the three moments. Now the question is, how good could we get in terms of, again, measuring, creating a measure of the likely household exposure? We can also approximate this. I'm actually quite content with the 75% goodness of fit, because we have granular individual level property level energy consumption estimate, where we know both, as I said, the region as well as the a range of property characteristics, but we don't know who's living in that property. But if we look at this data and just do a decomposition of the variance, we see that a model with property fixed effects and property characteristics by year fixed effects interacted, the best R squared that we can achieve is 75%, which does suggest, the unobserved bit in our data, which is the who and the how, can explain at best, explain sort of the residual unexplained variation in energy consumption. So the best that we can do without having matched property level data with matched individual kind of socioeconomic characteristics is at best 75%. And we get quite close with this sort of moment matching. We also do some out of sample validation, but I think in the interest of time, I will skip this. But basically, we validate the fact that the model is doing a good fit in data that has not been explicitly used for training, that we're actually picking up variation through some other sort of energy consumption statistics that are being produced. Now, why is this so interesting? Well, the price shock essentially amplifies the latent correlation structure between the who, what, and how. This obviously is insightful because that gives us some information about the likely spatial incidence of this economic shock. And it also allows us to comment on the extent to which policy intervention that essentially operated in the UK, specifically through cushioning essentially the price shock, how that provides differential amounts of insurance to different types of households or different types of areas, which obviously allows us to comment on the likely progressiveness or regressiveness of this energy price shock, which obviously has implications for the likely progressive or regressiveness of any carbon taxation, which we'll need to introduce for home fuel consumption in order to essentially shape the incentives for households to engage in energy saving behavior, which is needed for climate action. As I said, the data is millions of data points. We can create arbitrary spatial aggregations of the data, which I think this was produced within 6 weeks and then was circulated with the Financial Times as a sort of interactive lookup tool where households could sort of both measure their, could sort of enter their postcode and property characteristics on this interactive dashboard to then see essentially what their likely impact on their bills is and what the potential savings could be if properties were retrofitted, as per the recommendations. We shared a whole lot of other scenarios with the Financial Times, but you know, I think they thought that counterfactuals are a bit difficult for the readership of the Financial Times. In terms of the correlation structure, which is at the heart of this sort of write-up here, we carry out a simple analysis where we're saying, well, let's look at the, you know, we don't have matched data at the property level of the socioeconomic characteristics of the residents, but let's look at a representative household in a small spatial unit. In this case, we looked at mid-layer super output areas, which is about 7,000 spatial units. And we've computed what is the increase in energy bills in relative terms, had there not been a sort of an energy sort of intervention in the energy markets in the way it was designed. And we can also carry out the same analysis where we look at the median household's exposure with an intervention, and obviously with different types of interventions. And we do this using a broad set of census characteristics of the average resident population in an area, which allows us to comment on the likely distributional implications. And we're using a simple machine learning approach here to, you know, called best subset selection, which is a type of, you know, a lasso, to essentially look at, you know, what socioeconomic characteristics seem to correlate with higher or less high exposure, and how that changes as we look at, you know, the median household under a different policy. So counterfactual policy, the energy price guarantee, or potentially a broad vector of alternative policies that could have been considered. I'll just quickly comment on this graph, because essentially what we're trying to do is, to what extent do area level characteristics of the resident population capture variation in the median or the average household? You know, here this is essentially looking at an R-square plot, where we look at the you know, the best subset of all the socioeconomic characteristics of an area taken together. You know, the goodness of fit reaches around 70%, so we can explain around 70% of the variation in the median household exposure through a combination of characteristics that capture the residents' occupation, the area's level of economic, socioeconomic deprivation, the housing stock characteristics, the income characteristics, though the income data is pretty bad, the demographics, and the property characteristics. We do this sort of without looking at the energy price shock at the median household level, without policy intervention, and then with policy intervention. And what we see when we do this, we see essentially what I call non-uniform shrinkage, which means that some features, you know, seem relevant in explaining the uninsured shock much better than the insured shock, which can shed some light on the amount of essentially implicit insurance that the energy price guarantee provided. But I think it's a bit easier for me to just walk through one specific example of a table. So if we look at the correlation structure here, this is on the occupational attainment of the resident population in an area. And we see, for example, that the median households in an area that has a high share of individuals living in elementary occupation is less exposed to the energy price shock. And that's quite consistent across, as we add, as best subset selection adds, you know, iteratively more, so the best next control variable. So we see that actually, on the other hand, we see that areas that, you know, have a relatively high share of managers, directors, and senior officials, on average, the median household is more exposed, which of course is all pointing to some degree of latent spatial segregation and spatial inequality in the makeup of resident populations. If we look at this correlation structure with the energy price guarantee intervention, which of course suppressed the variation, the correlation as well, we see that for example, for the share of managers, directors, and senior officials, that feature effectively drops out of the regression. The best subset method, you know, is picking model 6, which means that feature that would have been relevant to explain the median household's exposure without policy intervention in a positive way, meaning that areas with lots of let's say individuals in likely high income, high status occupation would have been more exposed. That coefficient drops out with the intervention, whereas the less exposed features seem to persist in terms of their model relevance, which is an indication, and we have more examples of that across all of the different exercises, that the energy price guarantee in its design was, highly regressive. Well, by implication, it means any carbon tax could be highly progressive. Here we have a few more sort of notable coefficients. We see where we identify essentially the non-uniform shrinkage. As I said, households, areas with a high share of managers on average would have been more exposed to the energy price shock. But that coefficient effectively in the best model with the energy price guarantee in place is shrunk to 0. So it's dropped from it. It ceases to explain variation under the energy price guarantee. And we also look at, you can also comment a little bit on, for example, kind of the makeup of the resident population in terms of their origin. You see that households, areas with a relatively high share of individuals born in the UK were much more exposed to the energy price shock under if market prices had prevailed. The energy price guarantee shrinks this significantly, but it does a lot more shrinkage for areas that have a high share of UK-born residents than, for example, EU-born residents or non-EU-born residents, which points to the fact that basically immigrants have different preferences in terms of housing preferences. Where again, I can comment a little bit more on some of these patterns because they're quite interesting. But the overarching picture is that in essence, well, it's pointing to a high degree of inconsistency in terms of, at least with past policies. For example, in the UK, some housing benefit cuts that were implemented as part of the austerity drive post 2010 were aimed to essentially penalize households who live in under-occupied properties. But actually these households with the energy price guarantee actually saw a lot more insurance being given. So this is very much indicative of latent potential social or economic or political preferences shaping the intervention in a way that, again, might benefit the core constituency of the governing party in time. So the intervention is highly sort of skewed. It's basically benefiting higher income households likely much more than lower income households. And actually vulnerable areas were much less exposed to the energy price shock owing to a low baseline level of consumption due to housing preferences, living in shared accommodation in apartments rather than sort of detached homes, and living in urban agglomeration. And all of this, what this highlights is that the insurance value of the energy price guarantee was very uneven. And there's likely some important political economy dimension to it. I think I have about, how many more minutes? About 5?
You are 3, 4, yeah.
Yeah, I think because we didn't start at 15, right?
Yeah,
so
that's right. Yeah, but you had 25, so we started at 10, so I can give you another 3 minutes. Okay.
Okay, so I'll just quickly comment on how this is being used. Again, what this paper is doing, because of the measurement framework being very granular, it actually allows us zooming in on the spatial inequalities in a way that attaches a picture to what it is that we're talking about. And I sort of like comment on this a little bit on social media, because at some level, the spatial inequalities and how policy interventions are shaping spatial inequalities have never become salient. Of course, this is only possible because we have a relatively good open data framework in the UK, which is something that some continental European countries are still struggling with. In particular, I think in Germany, data access oftentimes is still only through gateways. And I do think there's a role for open data because that essentially can impose through the research, impose almost like narrative constraints by shaping, research in a timely and agile fashion around policy reactions to potential crisis. Of course, this type of measurement framework sets up, the possibility to write a whole bunch of papers that look at, okay, what happened to crime, what happened to excess mortality, to deprivation, health deprivation, or economic deprivation, differentially in areas that essentially received less insurance in a way that was politically shaped through this policy intervention, and can also speak to potentially wider issues in terms of endogenous financial instability when we think about the financial burden on households who are, for example, with a mortgage or so. And there's some projects that are going on in this direction. One example of such a paper is, looking at the impact that the essentially untargeted intervention in energy markets had on shaping a crime, and so in this case, creating crime narratives. I also wanted to very briefly comment on just a paper on the underlying latent political economy, which is where I'm going to stop. This is looking at different type of data. It's household level survey data and a panel survey. And what we see is that among households that are leaning towards the Conservative Party, we see that at the low income spectrum, there's notably higher level of energy consumption, about 30 to 35% higher levels of energy consumption for very low incomes relative to non-conservative leaning individuals. Whereas if we look at this in levels, so this is in percent, if we look at this in levels, this is essentially giving us Piketty or the hockey stick that I've been talking about. We see that among conservative supporters, energy bills at very high incomes are drastically higher relative to the average conservative party voter. And essentially what I call the unholy coalition that is shaping essentially the political economy both in the UK and the US to some extent is a coalition essentially between some of the low income vulnerable individuals for whom energy made up a high share of their energy consumption, of their sort of bills, so to say, relative to high income households, who in absolute terms just have much higher energy consumption. And so bringing this together can actually help rationalize, together with the spatial organization of, of how power and politics works in majoritarian systems, can actually rationalize why you might see such untargeted policy interventions that, of course, come with a huge deadweight cost and a huge sort of indirect, socioeconomic burden in the UK and beyond. Thanks so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Timo. So the floor is to Natalia.
Hello, Timo. Thank you for your very clear presentation. Thank you for the conference organizers for giving me the opportunity to read this very interesting paper and discuss it with you. So let me briefly give a quick overview of the paper and main results, and then I pass on to the discussion. So Timo's presentation was very clear. The main research questions addressed in the paper is essentially trying to look at which areas in the UK were hit hardest by the electricity and gas price increases. Sorry, this is my personal bias. I typically work with electricity. This paper is covering both gas and electricity. So where I say electricity, you should put energy that would encompass both. Let me say that Timo was showing the gas prices, but gas prices were fully passed on to electricity prices. So there's a very strong correlation between the prices of both gas and electricity. He wants to understand how the bill impacts correlate with some social demographics, as he showed. And he wants to understand what have been the distributional implications of the guarantee scheme that was put in place in the UK to try to cushion the impact of increasing energy cost on households, as well as to look at the impact of alternative pricing policies, in essence, a two-part tariff or two-tier pricing scheme. I think these questions are extremely relevant. Clearly, they're extremely relevant for the energy crisis, for the political economy issues related to the energy crisis, as Timo explained. But beyond the energy crisis, they're extremely important if we are considering whether to introduce low carbon subsidies or, on the contrary, carbon pricing. This is going to have major distributional impacts, and we care about those not only because we care about climate justice, but also because the feasibility, the political and social feasibility of these policies very much depends on these distributional implications. So what are the main results that they find? In absolute terms, and let me highlight this because as you can see, most of the analysis regards the impact in absolute terms rather than in relation to income. They find that wealthier areas were hit the most by the energy price shock. And this is also demonstrated not only by the correlation of the price exposure index to income, but also with all the demographics, including occupation, rental status, age distribution, among others. And what is the main driving force for these results? Timo and co-authors, they show that energy consumption positively correlates with income, and they also highlight something which I think is probably somehow special to the UK, which is that wealthier households tend to be more energy inefficient, meaning they tend to consume more, both because of the income effect as well as for the energy efficiency. So an increase in energy prices has a stronger absolute impact on them. And for the same reason, the other side of the coin is that the policies that were put in place to cushion the energy price increase benefited the wealthier households the most. Instead, if the government had put in place steeper pricing schemes with a two-pricing tier scheme, these regressive effects would have been avoided. And at the same time, they conjecture that the incentives for energy saving would have been preserved. Let me say that, at least in this paper, this is not something that they look into. Let me move on to some of the issues that came to my mind when I was reading the paper. The first and most important comment is that this is a paper worth reading for sure because it analyzes a very interesting topic. But I thought I would share some comments that hopefully also inspire the research agenda they are working on. One of the main challenges of this paper is data availability. Clearly, they don't know the exact bills of all the households. If they did, this would be an accounting exercise, and as economists, probably we would not be interested in this exercise anymore. But the fact that the lack of data makes it interesting doesn't mean that we have to disregard or overlook the potential biases that might arise when we try to impute bill shocks to households without knowing exactly what those bills were. And even though, as you could see, the analysis is quite involved and they take into account many of the relevant issues, let me just mention some of them that came to my mind while I was reading it. I would say probably, and correct me if I'm wrong, Timo, probably the main data source, not the only one certainly, is the EPC data coming from the energy performance certificates of a large set of households in the UK. This data is expressed in pounds. That is, they get to know what would be the average bill of a household. It is not expressed in energy units, so they have to convert this pound amount into kilowatts per hour, and they use some assumptions regarding the price. Well, I guess that the consumption estimates that they're working on, which they are essential for the analysis, very much depends on the assumed prices. So it was unclear to me how robust the analysis is to this assumed price, in particular how when they provide or when they issue one of these energy certificates, what is the price that the certificate providers assume to translate the energy consumption units into total bills, because this might be relevant. Timo was talking a lot about matching, and probably Mar will spend more time on this. I would simply want to say that based on our own work that I'll mention later on, we find that there's quite a lot of local heterogeneity, both in terms of income, of course, but also in terms of weather differences across locations that might have a very important impact on many of the issues that we are dealing with. So, for instance, controlling for house characteristics, differences in local weather might imply very different bills amounts, and this is something important they take into account, but I think it's relevant to point it out. We also find that income heterogeneity within areas is extremely important, and therefore imputing an average income level to the households might give rise to some biases. I'm not sure how big these areas are, and I don't know how much income heterogeneity there is within them, but I think that would be important to clarify. The recent work that Mar and I, together with co-authors, have been working on is somehow related to the current paper, but it differs from it in many other aspects. We look at the distributional implications of moving from moving from time invariant prices in electricity to dynamic prices, that is, prices that change by the hour. This has nothing to do with the energy crisis, but it also looks at the bill impacts across income groups of moving across different types of electricity tariffs. So here in this figure, what you can see is the bill impacts for the different 5 national income quantiles. Here for us, the challenge was to, we know exactly the energy consumption at the household level, but for us, the challenge was to impute income to the household because we only know income at the zip code level. So if we impute income at the zip code level to all the households within that zip code, we get the distributional implications shown here by the green line, which essentially show that in essence, the distributional implications of this shift are essentially flat, not very relevant. However, if we perform a more sophisticated income imputation to the household to really capture the heterogeneity within the zip code, we find something completely different, which is this red line that shows that the shift has regressive effects. This is just to show that income heterogeneity with the zip code can be relevant enough so as to reverse what would otherwise be the distributional implications of a policy change, as well as, of course, heterogeneity across locations. I'm not going to go into these details, but all these lines that you see around here, they show that the distributional implications across the country very much change a lot because energy consumption patterns very much depend on local weather, and local weather and energy consumption affect the distributional implications. Let me go to probably what I would say are the 2 main issues of the paper. One is the correlation between energy consumption and income, which is really driving the main results of the paper. Is this really the case? Well, in the UK, that's clearly the case because they provide us with that evidence. Is this generally the case? Well, I'm less convinced of the answer. I think the correlation between energy consumption and income is becoming less and less positive. Why is this so? Because wealthier households are more likely to have the resources to be able to invest in, for instance, solar panels, batteries, and insulation. So they're better able to escape from the price shock because they're less grid dependent. In the paper, there is no evidence on the investments made by the households on these energy saving investments, but probably if we have evidence about that, probably we can see that the ones that were better able to weather the energy crisis were those less dependent on green energy supply, and those are certainly the wealthier households. The issue that wealthier households in the UK live in less efficient dwellings, probably this is something that is UK specific, so it would be important to understand whether these results are general, and it very much depends on this relationship between energy efficiency of the households and income. The other issue is whether wealthier households are more exposed to the energy price shocks or not. And let me also share with you some of the issues that came to my mind while I was reading this. The first one is that, as I already mentioned, wealthier households can avoid the price shocks by investing in these low carbon or efficient investments. The second one is that in the paper they look at, I understand, time invariant energy prices, but when it comes to electricity, there's an increasing trend of moving towards dynamic prices, because electricity prices change a lot across time, and therefore the exposure very much depends on when. So when Timo was asking us about who, what, and how, I thought that there we are missing the when, because when households consume is a very important determinant of how much they're exposed to the price shocks. This doesn't clearly matter when the prices are time invariant, but when prices move across time, the when might be a very important distinction. And the when they consume also depends on their equipment, on the electrical equipment that they have at home. And this also very much depends or varies across income groups. So for instance, in our paper on real-time pricing, what we find is that the ones that are most exposed to this intervention of dynamic pricing are precisely the poorer households, because at least in Spain, the poorer households have more electricity equipment, and therefore they are more hardly hit by the price increases that take place during the winter because they need more electric heating. So the type of equipment households have is a very important determinant of their impacts. Timo in the paper has two important conclusions, and I started by saying that the paper is relevant because of the implications, because of beyond the energy crisis. And these two important issues have to do with carbon pricing and tariff design. Regarding carbon pricing, as also Timo said during the presentation, they find that it would be highly progressive, in line with the results that they find. And regarding tariff design, they also conclude that a two-tier tariff would also be progressive and would promote the incentives to save energy. These two conclusions are extremely relevant. They talk about climate policies and how to design electricity pricing to foster the climate transition. I would be more timid in these respects. There are several papers that find that carbon pricing is regressive, and there's papers that find that these type of block increasing tariff designs that are regressive, among other things, because increasingly so, for instance, in the case of California, but also in Europe more broadly, it's the wealthier households, the ones that tend to consume less, because they tend to rely less on the grid, because they have rooftop solar, so that if we have these increasing block schedules, really we are penalizing those that consume more because they cannot escape from grid pricing. So whereas I think these are very important statements and probably they apply to the UK, I would be more timid in claiming that these are general statements, because I think that when it comes to both issues, unavoidably, the answers are most likely to be context dependent. So here are some related papers that you might find useful. Let me conclude just by making a final remark. We are talking about the energy crisis, and we are talking about the distributional implications of the energy crisis. The subsidies that were put in place in most countries in Europe, as well as the ones considering this paper, have to do with subsidies that involve a redistribution across consumers and taxpayers. However, the main distributional imbalance that took place during the energy crisis was between electricity generators and gas providers and consumers, because those were the ones that were making enormous profits due to the gas price shock. So when considering or when assessing the policies to try to address distributional implications of the energy crisis. I think we should go beyond the question of how to cushion the price impact and rather try to ask ourselves, how should we design energy markets so as to avoid that these gas price shocks get passed on to the final consumers, because we would have solved a major part of the problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natalia, for the fantastic discussion. And Mar, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. And yeah, Natalia and I are co-authors, so we will try to provide a diverse set of comments, but they will be highly correlated. We might come from the same area or something. We would be classified in the same group, Natalia, I'm pretty positive. So this paper is very interesting. It's looking at a very important issue of the equity impacts of a huge energy crisis that we've had and that we might have again. So it's something that not only we should study retrospectively, but also proactively as we prepare for, volatile times. So here I picked two pieces of news, both of the UK, one in Spanish, one in English, but basically stating concerns over the potential impacts of the crisis as well as its effects on energy poverty. So here, let me state that fuel poverty can be defined in many ways, but often it's defined, at least at the EU level, as the percent consumption that energy costs suppose. So energy poverty typically is defined as a household that spends more than 10% on their income on energy. And I think that's relevant also for what Natalia was mentioning on whether this is progressive or regressive. 10% of the income on energy, when energy prices go up by 300%, is not necessarily a burden that some households can afford to take, especially at the lower end. So the paper has amazing data, to be honest. Natalia and I have really amazing data too. But I was still impressed. I think their most amazing part of the data is on houses. Like Natalia and I know nothing about the houses of people. We just know exactly their electricity consumption. And here there's this huge data set of energy performance certificates for 15 million houses. Then there's also detailed energy consumption from 4 million houses. And then the one that I find really very good is the local area consumption. So these would be very narrow areas, and you can know consumption. Unfortunately, only at the annual level. So that's what they bring on the data front. Cool data. I think Timo mentioned it's public data, but there's something of data being public and data being ready to play with it in your computer. So I think this is kind of nice work that they've done to have all these data sets talk to each other. The methods that they use to link them together are varied and exciting. So one is a matching procedure to basically rescale the energy performance certificate consumption estimates, which are based on engineers, and engineers tend to be very optimistic about their buildings. So it will bring those measures a bit up. Then they will combine all of these into several measures depending on whether they use the first data set, the second data set, the third, or a combination of them. They use an ensemble approach to get at the best measure, although I do think in the paper it's not very clear what that means. And then when they do the regression so that they are more digestible, and also we don't run into multicollinearity issues, they will parsimoniously pick the best covariates that go into the descriptive analysis, the correlational analysis of who's getting hurt the most for different price shocks, different interventions, or who's getting helped the most, depending on whether you want to look at the half full or the half empty. So this is the very pretty graph that they have in the paper. It's an appendix, but maybe that should not be in the online appendix. It's very useful to read the paper and understand what you're doing. I would add more explicitly the simulations that you end up doing there. But yes, here you can see the different types of data that go with it. They start from this energy certificate data, and then they go into finding other sources of energy consumption to rescale it. So some suggestions and comments that I had. First of all, I've never lived in the UK, and I had a bit of trouble understanding what's big and what's small. So I probably wasn't paying enough attention, I put here, and it might be true, but it was a bit hard sometimes to know what a MSOA is without having lived in the UK. I saw in your slides it's 7,000 units. That means houses, maybe, but I wasn't sure. So it would be good to be more clear, especially because it matters a lot. When you do all this matching, are we matching, I don't know, 1 million houses to regions that are 7,000 houses each, or are we matching much smaller regions that are going into? So it really affects the validity of the matching. Not the validity; it's an assumption how we match these things, but how accurate we might think it is. Then I found out, looking into this rabbit hole of UK codes and various geographical definitions, that the postcode is only 100 houses or less, which is really great heterogeneity at a very, very narrow code. So one thought that I had related to this point is that it seems to me that this paper was born as an energy efficiency paper, but it ended up being an energy paper. I think there is an energy efficiency paper in the future, but the paper as it is, it's an energy paper. And to me, that's where I would have started if I were to write an energy paper, the most granular data that I can get on energy consumption. And from that, I would have tried to build up into bringing interesting covariates to this granular data. So here I had some questions. So I think you use census data on income at the MSOA level. I tried to look online, can you get narrower than MSOA? But then I found census, no, postcode sector, and I wasn't sure what the postcode sector is. So it might be good to look into this. But if you can get a better match of income to this very local, granular postcode data, that might not sacrifice as much heterogeneity, which could be interesting as an alternative. So related to this, I was wondering how much weight does the ensemble approach put to this local data? My sense is that quite a bit. So it's interesting in on itself. I would definitely report the ensemble weights, which I did not find in the paper, but again, they might be there. By the way, on the references, I think you're missing a bit of the energy references. Again, I think this paper was born more as an energy efficiency paper. But one example is Borenstein of 2012, who does exactly a matching approach, where he ranks people within a census block and sorts them based on how much they consume. And then he thinks the ones that consume the most are the high income. And that's kind of a matching procedure analogous to what you do with the regions and how the houses match to the narrower consumption data. So I think it would be interesting to look into this. Some other comments, I think it's my final slide. What I was mentioning about the inequity issues, I think here, without thinking about the marginal utility of income, it's hard to talk about regressive or progressive, especially when you have progressive results. If the results are regressive, then if you take into account the marginal utility of income, it becomes even more regressive. But when the results are progressive, I feel it's where we need to be a bit more cautious. Here I have some example from Spain, which I did. It's in Catalan. It must be my only publication in Catalan, where we basically reported for the government some estimates based on much simpler data, consumer expenditure service. And you can see that for the first quintile, even before the crisis, energy expenditures in Spain can be up to 15%, and they could go up to 25%. One statistic that we reported in that report that Oxfam was very excited about and they used to communicate with the government about this, we computed for how many people the theoretical bill, obviously not the one that they paid, but the theoretical bill would have been more than 30% of their income. And we found significant shares of people in the first quintile, but even the second or the third quintile, where maybe over 10% of people in the first quintile would have energy bills that were above 40%. I'm blanking a bit on the names, on the numbers. So I think that affects a little bit how we portray potentially progressive effects that might hit some pretty binding budget constraints, at least in relatively low income per capita countries like Spain. The other thing that I wanted to ask about is time varying spending. Natalia already mentioned that we find that the heating mode is very important. I found some time varying thing, but maybe only in the appendix. So maybe you have killed it from the main paper. I wasn't sure, but it is very hard to do with the data you have. So maybe you have to leave it for another project, but maybe it might be worth mentioning that it's kind of an important thing that you might not be able to capture as well. I think I don't have any more slides. No. So thank you so much, Timo, for the paper. I really enjoyed it. I think I have this here. Where do I have it? Lots of layers. Looking forward to chatting later with you. I guess we cannot chat today, but I look forward to chatting with you some other time.
Thank you very much, Mark. So we are already out of time, but since we started 5 minutes later, I take another 5 + 5, 10. So let's do 5 minutes questions. Okay. I take on the food, Philippe. So and then I leave 6, 7 minutes to Timo. Okay. So we have a question from Philippe, then one from Francesco, if I see correctly. Romain. No? Okay. So Philippe, Romain, Antonio. Okay, and I thought.
Thanks. Super interesting paper and topic. I have a very naive and broad question that takes up a bit on what Mar said on whether it's progressive or regressive. I mean, basically, in absolute terms, I understand that when you have untargeted energy price absorption, it's regressive, but then it's going to be progressive in percentage of income. The reverse would be true for CO2 tax. I guess it's progressive in absolute terms and regressive in percentage of income. So we need to. So maybe we should ask what public economists think about this. How do we define progressivity and regressivity? My guess is that it should be in percentage of income. That's the intuition, but it's just a very general question. I understand that for the public coffers and maybe for some political economy issues, it's different, but we should be clear on that because this is key.
Romain?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Since this is an economic policy panel, I thought you could really have pushed, and you could still push very easily, the economic policy angle to your paper. And in particular, I think it would be very nice to simulate what would have been the efficiency gains, so the deadweight loss reduction, or you can put it in fiscal saving terms, of alternative support scenarios. So, for example, if there had been a 2-tier tariff system instead of the completely untargeted price support, how much fiscal savings would there have been? You could run a whole bunch of scenarios with the data that you had. And frankly, when you started, I thought this was exactly what you were going to do. So, I think at least this one that I mentioned, you could still run it and fairly easily. And I think it would be very impactful because I guess you would find very, very large fiscal savings. Thanks.
A question related to the paper. How much is the incentive? How much is the elasticity of a rooftop panel to price? In the sense that these policies may have confused incentive, and people may say, well, given that I will get a lot of subsidies if the price go up, I don't put my rooftop panels. Is there any estimation of that effect?
Because I thought. We pick all the questions and then I let you answer, okay? Is okay, Timo?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
My question is very related to Antonio's one. Indeed, I was wondering whether you have any information on investments in energy efficiency by households, by locally stuff. Now, in Spain, we observed at the end of 2022 that there was a big drop in gas consumption by households. But then once you control for temperatures and stuff, you basically go back to the same situation as before. So these investments are not only important for redistribution, but also the way we think in your results in extrapolating in the future. No? So that's key. And I was, since I guess it's difficult to find data to match with your data, I was wondering whether changes in energy certificates may be useful in order to see, changes. I don't know whether if you rent your apartment, you need to update your energy certificate, or if you sell it, and maybe this information can be useful.
Timo, the floor is yours. So try to be short and sorry.
Yeah.
There are many questions.
There's a lot. So in terms of the imputation, so this is for Natalia, the imputation of the energy consumption based on like turning a bill into kilowatt hours, we just follow exactly the steps that they're using the price tables they're using. So I would guess that our estimate on kilowatt hours is quite accurate. In terms of the goodness of fit, in terms of the R square, like the best that we can do, at least validated with household level individual data, the best that we can do is 75%, and that's what we achieve. So at some level, without having the match socioeconomics, I think we seem to be doing that quite well. In terms of just the broader ambition, for me, this is more an ex ante measurement framework. What could policymakers have looked at with open data, which is relatively easily accessible, had the state have the information as well as the performative capacity, as well as the will, of course, to engage in this type of discussion? What had they been able to do in the wake of a very predictable winter crisis that was very much predictable in spring 2022? So at some level, I think of this as a little bit, in line to some of my pandemic work, except that it's sort of now in a more forward-looking way. In terms of the just the whole issue around, there was a lot of confusion about electricity versus natural gas. The focus of this paper is space heating, and space heating, the predominant technology is natural gas as of now in the UK. And in terms of updating, yes, it's true that on average we see more rooftop solar on wealthier households, but that is not a substitute. Well, at present, with present technology, because of low installation of heat pumps, which we can match to this data, we see relatively low uptake. There's a complementary paper that I wrote on planning restrictions and the endogeneity of planning restrictions, because a lot of the energy efficiency upgrades that could be done are basically prohibited to a large extent for a lot of the housing stock to the quite restrictive planning and zoning laws in the UK, which is a feature that creates spatial spatial segregation, both in the US, UK, Europe. So we see that actually a lot of the investments that could, basically reduce the carbon footprint of housing are actually prevented or made very difficult or costly, in particular in areas that have a relatively old housing stock. So there's a whole paper on regulatory barriers to climate action, or what I now call spatial institution and climate action, which kind of explains something that I don't think is just a UK peculiarity, but in the UK it's particularly pronounced. In terms of, sorry, I'm just the second point. In terms of the progressiveness and the regressiveness, as I said, a lot of it has to do with natural gas for space heating. In terms of the incidence, there's a complementary effort looking at the sort of firm side of it, because you said, consumers versus firms. I totally am with you on this one. There's a separate paper that I think my co-author Jakob Schneebacher will produce and will present at the Bank of Italy in December, or in a workshop. In terms of the spatial units, yes, we can carry out the analysis at very granular level, but public income data is very bad, and so it's basically modeled. It's not actual based on microdata, and so the MSOA is the most granular that we can get as a common denominator, and that's why we use this for the descriptive analysis. But there's auxiliary papers where we look across in some different authoring configurations, where we look at sort of property level exercises. where we have some characteristics at the property level. Now going to Philippe, I totally agree on the definition in terms of what's, like maybe aligning on a language of progressiveness versus regressivity. I obviously approach a lot of this with a political economy view, where I sort of, in a separate paper, what I call the boundaries of the state, we sort of do exactly this, simulate fiscally neutral counterfactual policies, about 27,000 of them, and then evaluate these policies. This is not micro simulation, but sort of simulation on what is close to the population, to evaluate essentially, both the political dimension to it as well as sort of the economic efficiency consideration. So we can characterize the trade-off, but also highlight that low informational or performative state capacity that might be endogenous to past policy choices, such as austerity and whatnot, essentially undermine the state to actually produce fiscally equivalent policies that are actually achieving the same degree of political targeting if you care for the average conservative voter, so we can characterize a lot of the latent political economy in this, which I think will be actually quite important, and I hope to have that out in not too long. And that, I think, is also related to Romain's question on sort of fiscal neutral. In the paper, we actually look at one alternative that, again, it was designed to be fiscally neutral relative to the chosen intervention, the energy price guarantee, but sort of as a two-tier tariff. So we do a little bit of that, and then we look at the correlation structure, how the correlation structure changes with this. And in essence, like a two-tier tariff would have provided near full insurance for the bulk of, well, it would have left 70% of households better off relative, and preserved the signal function of prices on a big chunk of consumption, much higher chunk of consumption. In terms of the rooftop solar point that Antonio highlighted, again, I agree this is irrelevant, and this exercise, the idea here is that this turns into an evaluation and monitoring framework for climate action going forward at the property level, where I can link this rooftop solar installation down to the individual properties. And there's some work that I'm doing with some colleagues in the Bank of England, where we actually then look at sort of much more granular at the property level data in terms of the energy consumption and income gradient. It is a hockey stick, and so in terms of at least kilowatt hours consumed, it very much is a hockey stick in the UK. The relationship is near flat up to the 90th percentile of income, or even the 95th percentile, and then it sort of shoots up like insane, which is quite something that, again, I briefly commented on. In terms of energy efficiency investments, property, the EPCs, this is something that in the conservation area paper, or the spatial institutions and climate in action, I've actually used to validate that changes in the EPC are a good proxy, or a proxy of retrofit investments, and that they even, when we do very zoom in on the same spatial units, spatial borders, so very similar demographic individual property characteristics, we see that retrofit investments reduce energy consumption, holding constant local climate, because I don't think the weather changes 100 meters from here, but so this is the type of granularity that we can do. And that is sort of actually an auxiliary exercise in that paper, that's sort of relegated to the appendix. I think I'm out of time. Thank you so much for all the comments. I'm sorry that I'm not there in person, but I hope to keep the conversation going. And thanks for the great discussion, Natalia and Mara. Yeah, and Mar, sorry.
Thanks a lot, Timo. Now we go to lunch. Before going to lunch, let me thank for the organization Dispoina, which is that's been organizing the logistics of the panel, and Mariolina, that is economic policy. Okay, so economic policy wouldn't exist without the constant work of Mariolina behind the scene. So thanks to both of you. And also, of course, thanks to the participants to this fantastic session, and see you later. It's in 45 minutes exactly. Okay, so yes, 45 minutes.
Okay, maybe we can start with the last session of the day. So again, you know the rules. Romain is going to present and then we'll have the discussion. So let's start for 25 minutes.
So this is a paper with Antonio, who's not here, but will eventually join, and our friends and co-authors, on an old question, which is why people support labor market regulations or oppose labor market regulations. And it's an old and unsettled question because there's two strands of literature that have highlighted different sets of drivers. One is literally what we call the endowments in this paper, that is self-interest. For example, labor market outsiders, those that are unemployed, those that have temporary contracts, should be less supportive of strict employment protection legislation than the so-called insiders, say workers on permanent contracts. Likewise, workers who work in low competition industries where there's a lot of product market rents should be willing to support institutions that enable them to capture some of these rents, right? That's the Blanchard-Javadji argument. And also other cases have been made that the uncertainty about the reform payoffs ex ante is very high. You don't know whether you're going to be a winner or a loser, and therefore by default you're more likely to oppose these kinds of deregulation and support strict EPL, and that's the Fernandez-Rodrigue argument. But against this line of thought, you've got a second line of thought which really has emphasized much more beliefs rooted in ideology and information or misinformation. And there's a long literature that highlights the role of beliefs in shaping policy institutions, and in turns how institutions themselves do shape beliefs. But in the specific area of labor regulations, some key papers like Guillaume, Algon, and Cahuc have highlighted, for example, the role of poor labor relations between employers and workers, which tend to push for more support for formal labor regulations, weak civic virtues, which prevents the implementation of an efficient unemployment insurance system, and also increase the demand for formal labor regulations, strong family ties, and machismo, which tend to emphasize the male breadwinner in society, and labor regulations, as we will see, tend to protect male breadwinners. So you got these two strands of literature, and this is not just, of course, an academic question. It has first-order implications for the political economy of labor market reforms, and in particular for optimal reform strategies. If endowments are key, then compensatory measures for losers from these reforms are likely to be more successful than if it's all a matter of beliefs. So in this paper, we tried to make progress on that question, and we focus on employment protection legislation, EPL, for three reasons. One is most people's interests are directly at stakes when it comes to EPL, because either you have a job contract or you would love to have a job contract, while other reform areas, think of regulatory areas, think of trade protection, regulation in non-manufacturing industries, tend to affect, at least in the first order, upon impact, a much smaller set of people. The second reason for focusing on EPL is that really strong views are often held in public debates in this area. And the third one is, if you look at databases such as the one put together by actually Chris Papageorgiou, one of our co-authors, and Alberto Alessina and co-authors, what you see is that EPL is actually the area where there's been the most stable regulations within countries in the last 50 years. Unlike other market regulatory areas such as trade, product market regulations, barriers to FDI, domestic finance regulations, where we've seen a lot of market deregulation across the board. So what we'll do is we run a large cross-country opinion survey featuring questions on both sets of drivers, the beliefs and the endowments, and covering 500 individuals in each of 14 advanced economies. And as part of this, a subcomponent is going to be delivering an information treatment as part of the questionnaire to further explore the role of beliefs, and in particular the role of information provision in changing people's beliefs. This specific part of the paper, which will be the final part, it relates to a large recent literature, I think largely restarted by Stefanie Stancheva, on using large-scale surveys and experiments to understand how individuals form their views about economic issues.
And in the cases of a few recent papers, there's been work done on trade, tax policies, and one finding in both actually in the three studies that are mentioned here, two by Stephanie and one a GIE paper by Shatrughstein and Laiku, is that people actually tend to be indeed responsive to new information in the context of information treatments. And so there's going to be two key findings from our paper, really. One is that we find individual beliefs to matter more than people's own endowments and payoffs in driving their views about EPL. And second is this is confirmed by a simple randomized information treatment where beliefs and with them the views about labor regulations of people tend to change with new information. So I'll start with the questionnaire structure and content, and before moving to a few descriptive statistics and moving on to the more hardcore result. So the questionnaire was run for us by Nielsen. It was, they selected from their pre-profiled pool of panelists, 500 people in each country. After acceptances and rejections, they computed a representative sample in each of these countries along the age, gender, education, income, regional, and employment status dimensions. And they applied also a number of standard procedures to ensure the data quality and integrity, such as paying respondents, making sure they spent a minimum amount of time on the questionnaire, and the like. Now the questionnaire has 4 sections. The first 2 sections of the questionnaire touch on the kinds of beliefs and endowments that have been highlighted in the literature. So one set is socio-economic background, right? People's gender, age, income, etc. The other set is other background, touching on people's political opinion, their political affiliation, whether they think the government should be playing a major role or a small role in the economy and the like. Their support for product market competition and their perceived degree of competition in their industry, and that's to touch on the Blanchard-Giavazzi argument that I laid out earlier on. People's trust in others, in institutions, in government. For the results I'll show here, we take just a simple average of these 3 trust indicators, but those can be also studied individually as is done in the paper. And also the perceived importance and the self-assessed knowledge of economic policy issues of the individual respondents. So these 2 parts, again, sort of will sum up the beliefs and endowments that we're interested in. And then in the third part, we ask people their opinions about EPL. Before asking for their opinion, whether they support or not strict EPL, we test their knowledge of EPL, whether they understand what EPL does, how it works in practice. So we ask questions about whether they understand, whether EPL actually reduces layoffs, reduces highs, reduces the frequency at which people change jobs, etc. And know that we don't ask a question that is unresolved in economic theory, such as, does EPL reduce or increase unemployment? Because actually this is theoretically ambiguous. We only ask questions that are really well settled, in the literature. And then once we're done with that, we compute an indicator of their knowledge of EPL, and we ask them about whether they support EPL or not, somewhat or strongly, making it easy for employers to lay off permanent workers for economic motives. And on that basis, we can compute either a dummy for whether they support strict EPL or not, 1, 0, or we can compute row scores depending on whether they strongly oppose, somewhat support, strongly support EPL. And finally, the randomized information treatment is going to be the following. Once we run them through the questionnaire, we select randomly half of the respondents and give them the following information, which is basically that economists have found it that making it easy for employers to lay off for economic motives is basically good for the economy, a number of things. And then we ask those respondents again about the question about EPL, right? Okay, so just to start on a few descriptive statistics that already, I think, highlight what's likely to be the predominant role of beliefs over endowments. So on average, 47% of people in our sample support strict EPL. And as you can see, if you look at the unemployed are the canonical outsiders in the labor market. You would expect that they would support less EPL than others, and that's not the case. By contrast, you can see that there's some beliefs that seem to matter quite substantially, such as those who believe in a major role of government in regulating the economy. Those who are politically left-oriented tend to be much more supportive than others, already in those descriptive stats. And interestingly, those who know a lot about how EPL works tend to be less supportive of it when they understand that it reduces labor turnover, that it lengthens the time it takes to find a new job and such things. And finally, there's cross-country heterogeneity. There's more support, in particular for EPLs in Southern Europe than there is in Northern Europe, and much more than in the United States. In the paper, we explore more this cross-country heterogeneity. I don't have time to look into it and to discuss it right now. All I can say is that it will survive individual regressions in which there will be country fixed effects. These country fixed effects are going to be very important, and we can discuss again later on what they might capture. But this is not the core of the paper, and there's more in the paper itself. Okay. Now, among those who say they support strict EPL, if you ask them the reasons about why they would oppose deregulation, which is the same thing, over half of them basically mention that it would worsen the economic situation, might not create jobs, would increase inequality, and there's a good fraction, almost 40%, that said it would damage their community. So as you can see, the predominant reasons for opposing EPL, really, for supporting strict EPL, are really that people are concerned about societal reasons, right? There's very small fractions that seem to be concerned by their own individual, self-interest. The hurt me personally question, gets 1/4 of positive answers. But for instance, the Fernandez-Rodrigue argument that there's ex-ante uncertainty about payoffs, so I don't know whether I'm going to win or lose, so I'd rather not take the chance, gets a very low response rate, right? Even though, of course, multiple answers were allowed right here. So, if you were concerned by all of them, you could tick all of them in the questionnaire. Okay, so in terms of the empirical approach, we're going to estimate a simple OLS linear probability model. In the paper, there's probit, logit regressions and a whole bunch of robustness checks that I won't be able to get into, but the results really hold across those. So basically, we're going to be regressing this dummy in the baseline, the dummy as to whether you support strict EPL or not, on three sets of vectors. Three vectors: a vector of individual characteristics that I mentioned earlier on, a vector of work status variables, right, which also drive whether you should be supportive of EPL or not, according to theory, a vector of ideological variables, your political views, your EPL knowledge, etc. And the first two, individual characteristics and work status, together are going to form what we call the endowments, and ideology, right? The ideology vector relates to beliefs. And we'll have country, industry, and occupation fixed effects, which are quite important. And I documented earlier on what you could see while country fixed effects are in particular important. So what are the results? Basically, this shows you the baseline regression results. You can just focus on the fourth column, which has all the fixed effects that I mentioned. On the left are shown the endowments, individual characteristics, and work status variables, and on the right, the more belief-related variable, ideology. And so what comes out first is that 9 out of the 10 ideology variables are statistically significant, and 7 of which at the 1% level. And by contrast, on the endowment side, in fact, only 5 out of 14 variables are statistically significant, and only 2 at the 1% level. And indeed, when we make a decomposition of the dispersion in the dependent variable and compute the contributions of work status, individual characteristic, and ideology variables, we find that the ideology variables explain 2 to 3 times more of the dispersion in the dependent variable than work status and individual characteristics combined. So clearly, beliefs seem to matter more than endowments. And zooming onto the specific results, we find that in terms of beliefs, there's 3 sets, I think, of interesting results. One is the fact that a standard ideology variable indeed do matter. People who believe in a strong role of government in regulating the economy, who are politically left-oriented, tend to be more supportive of EPL. Those who lack trust in general and institutions and others tend to be also more supportive of formal regulations to protect their jobs. And against that, information matters a lot, right? Those who have a strong self-assessed knowledge of economics are less supportive, and those who know more objectively about EPL, according to our own measurement, tend to be much less supportive. And when you look at endowments, really instead, the most striking feature is that there's very little support for the outsider-insider, political economy approach, in the sense that, yes, the young tend to be less supportive of strict EPL, and the young are typically labor market outsiders, so that would go, towards supporting the theory. But that's pretty much the only exception, because females tend to be more supportive. The foreign-born workers are not more supportive of EPL than the natives, even though they are typically outsiders. And if you look at work status variables, so down on the left table, you can see that actually the unemployed, those out of the labor force, are not less supportive of strict EPL than the baseline group here. And those under temporary contracts are barely less supportive. Okay, now, why do people support strict EPL? To look into that question, what we do is we only keep the sample of those who say they support strict EPL, and then we compute a dummy variable that takes value 1 if they support strict EPL predominantly for personal reasons, the personal reasons I showed you earlier on in the bar chart, and takes value 0 if they support strict EPL predominantly for societal general reasons. And we regress that variable on the same set of independent variables you saw in our baseline. And here, we only keep some of interesting, significant results from those regressions. And so what comes out is that the population groups that are hit by EPL, the so-called outsiders, so not only are not more likely to oppose EPL, but they're also more likely to oppose it on societal ground. Right? That is, they tend to support strict EPL on societal grounds, as can be shown by the negative significant coefficients for the unemployed, those out of the labor force, the self-employed. Other interesting finding is that when we asked respondents about whether they would change their mind if compensatory measures fully address their concern, 2/3 say they wouldn't change their mind. That is, if we ask those who say they have personal interest concerns, whether, well, if they were given a compensatory measure that would ensure they would gain financially, would they change their mind? 2/3 say no. And same thing for those that have more societal concern. If we say, well, if there were redistributive measures that ensure that everyone gained, would you then support easing EPL? And 2/3 said no. Right? And again, this is really consistent with a role really of beliefs and ideology. Now, to dig further, so if compensatory measures don't seem to be quite powerful, given the role of information that we documented earlier on in the baseline regression results, one might think that, well, shaping information, changing people's information set might alter their beliefs. And to look into that, we run this randomized information treatment that I mentioned earlier on, by giving them information about the fact that easing EPL might help the economy on a number of specific grounds. And when we run this information treatment, what we find, which is summed up here, and maybe you can just focus on the red bars, is the red bars show you those who oppose deregulation, meaning those who support strict EPL. And as you can see, if you compare, of course, the control group and treatment group pre-treatment, there's no difference because it's just a reflection of the randomization of the treatment. But if you look at the red bar post-treatment versus pre-treatment, you find quite a significant drop of 13 percentage points. And that means the support for strict EPL, is reduced by 13 percentage point post-treatment, which means that about over 1/4 of those who are supportive of strict EPL become less supportive after the treatment in practice. These are just the formal, results on the effect of the treatment, where we regress the change in people's opinion on the information treatment dummy, and we can do it using either a simple dummy from whether they switch from being supportive of strict EPL to opposed to strict EPL, or we can use the row scores, right? The change in the row scores that we had at the beginning, which were scaled on a -2 to 2 scale about whether, depending on whether you strongly oppose, somewhat support, or strongly support EPL. But in both cases, the results are of course, consistent. There's limited impact, limited heterogeneity in the treatment, but I don't want to, discuss this and just finish with quickly sensitivity analysis. So one is the results are robust to alternative estimation techniques that I mentioned already when we rerun, probability or legit models. Second, to different weighting schemes. So our sample is the representativeness of the sample is pretty good. Still, because of the nature of Nielsen's work, the panel tends to be a bit younger and a little bit more educated than the average population. So we can run, instead basically weighted OLS regressions, and we get the same results. And finally, the results are robust to changes in the definition of a dependent variable, that is, whether we compute a dummy for whether I support or I don't support, or whether I use the row scores about capturing the degree of support for strict EPL. So to conclude, really, what we find is that beliefs, ideology trump self-interest in explaining attitudes toward labor law. And second, beliefs and ideology can change. They're responsive to new information. So in terms of reform strategies, assuming some governments would like to try and ease EPL, which has been the case, certainly in Europe in the last 20 years, it would seem to make sense to try actually build, majorities through smart communication strategies. So, early engagement and debate, information provision through independent institutions that exist in countries like, say, Australia, the Netherlands, where they play actually quite a prominent role in public policy debates. And that might be a more, fruitful strategies than just the strategy of trying to compensate losers financially for their pecuniary losses. And in terms of follow-up research questions, really there's many that we'd like to look into, but at least two is one. I don't think the paper doesn't have an empirical research design that would help us understand the large remaining unexplained cross-country heterogeneity in support for EPL, and that's something really that I think is a fruitful area for future research. And the second one is also whether labor regulation might be a more politically, ideologically charged area than others, where maybe for areas like trade policies or product market regulations, it could be that self-interest and pecuniary losses might be playing a bigger role. I'm completely speculative here, really agnostic, but I think that would be an interesting thing to study. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. So we are going to move to the discussion. Perhaps we can start with Mathieu Coutonier, who's online in principle. I hope he's connected.
Thank you, Isabelle. And sorry not being there with you. Maybe I can share my screen. Do you see?
Yes, you need to speak loud, because we don't hear you so well.
Yeah, is it fine?
Yes, perfect.
Oh, cool. Thank you. So, so thanks a lot, Romain, for the presentation and for the paper. And I'm really sorry not being there with you for the 2 days, and especially to keep going with the discussion about this paper that I really enjoy to read. So let me just have a very quick summary. I guess you did a very good job in the presentation, so it will be a bit redundant. But so I guess the question in a nutshell is really to better understand the support for the labor market regulation, and then to make, try to disentangle whether endowments or belief, and to understand which one of the two are basically the most important to understand this support for EPL. In terms of methodology, it's I find it very interesting. We find more and more paper with it, but I guess it was extremely interesting using it in this context with this large-scale online survey with 14 high-income countries, and I will come back to it, which represents something like 500 respondents by country. And then, as I guess it was relatively clear for everyone, is that the main results is that individuals' belief matter more than their own endowments, and also in terms of personal payoff, in terms of the magnitude of the effect. I was quite surprised because it's really a sizable effect. So meaning that the belief contribute to 3 times more than their own endowment. So I was a bit surprised by the magnitude, which I guess is also good, an interesting result. And then, you know, you have these extra exercise that leads to extra results related to the randomized information treatments that also help to understand that belief, and I will come back to it, on the short terms may also change, you know, the perception about EPL. So I have 3 set of comments. I have general comments and also some on data and empirical strategy, but I guess most of them will be related to the general comments. But first, I would like to have a disclaimer on the fact that, you know, most of my questions are fairly general, are, I guess, much more open to discussions, and which I guess is also the role of what we are currently doing those days. And especially because, you know, the paper, as this is an online survey, many of the questions may require some new data collection. Okay, so here it's much more to open the ground, to the floor, you know, to some discussion about the interpretation of the results, some follow-up question, research question that could be done on that questions. So for me, the first one is related to the EPL, because as you said a bit in the introduction, also at of your presentation, so there is EPL, but there is also other labor regulation, and that's true that I will have some interest, you know, to have a discussion and to understand more about, you know, when we, and this is probably related to the country fixed effect you mentioned, but there is other labor regulation, and I find a bit sometimes in the paper difficult, you know, to interpret the results about support to strict EPL without any more information about what are the minimum wage, how people may perceive this kind of minimum wages, working hours, or everything that is relating to safety and health or anti-discrimination law. And then my question is, and I'm not really in this literature, so it's much more an open question. I would be happy to know more, but is that something that could be doable, you know, to really isolate one specific aspect, which is EPL, in regards to the other form of labor market or labor market regulation? So this is my first comments, on which I guess we can discuss about. The second one is about 2 different statements and findings that are, let's say, I would say that, you know, the most important finding besides the result. The first one is related to when you said beliefs can explain views about regulation, but beliefs can also change with new information. I guess here something that has to be pushed, and that I guess may ask, you know, for some follow-up research question, is about the temporal dimension, because here you have a treatment, and just few seconds or few minutes after you ask again the question, and what we identify is that there is a change in the, you know, on whether or not individuals support EPL. But now the question is how last, you know, it may how last, you know, the effect may be there. And I guess from a policy perspective, this is extremely important to understand, you know, whether, and I will come back to it in another general comments, is that, you know, for how long it may modify or alter the perception. And the second one is say that, look, beliefs can also be tickled, and then there is a smart communication strategy that should be the policymakers' main priority. Now, a question which is probably a prerogative is that good news that on you know, with a very, I would say, simple treatment, we may change, you know, relatively drastically for, you know, a large part of individuals, you know, may change the perception about something that is, you know, relatively, I guess, very important, you know, the EPL. So I would think that maybe the next question is, would it be possible to think about a setting where it would be possible not to think only about a short message, even if I would like to come back to it and discuss about it, but about a kind of longer term intervention. To some extent, in some of the interpretation of your results, you mentioned about the fact whether people know about economics or not. We have a part of the story, but I think that thinking about the long-term intervention like education would be something interesting, because to be honest, I'm a little bit afraid knowing that, you know, you may change so rapidly, so quickly, individual belief, you know, with very short information message. This, my third comments is related to the set of country you have. So what you said is that you have 14 different, let's say, high-income country. So I guess something interesting would also to understand whether you have exactly the same determinants or the same magnitude if you are looking at low-income countries. Because low-income countries, this is for most of them, countries for which there is still a process in the state building. So I guess this is also a way to understand how when you are in this process of state building, whether these information mechanism or whether a belief versus endowment are still the same pool. So we'll have a lot of interest to see relatively the same study but with a different set of countries and basically the one with low income. Now, let me come back to the question about what you say, the smart communication strategy. I guess here there is also room for very interesting follow-up research question about should we think about a kind of optimal design or communication message? So meaning that maybe it would be interesting to test, how people react to different kind of message. So here you had a message about, economists say that this is good for economy, but would we think about different message and who is in charge of giving the message, about the recurrence of the message? So it's a bit related to my first point about education is, should we think about a kind of optimal way, to convey the information that what we learn from research could be used, in terms for the policymakers to push people, to some extent to change belief on those very important questions. And then this is something for which basically you mentioned, I guess at the very end of the paper about should we think about a kind of randomized treatment also for the role of endowment? I think it's probably much more tricky than the one about belief, but I guess it's also something that should be at the top of the agenda on these questions. So now I have just a couple of questions. I can send you the slide. I don't know how time I have, maybe not much. So let me just pick up maybe the two first one. So my first one is, do you have some information about the location of individuals within country? Because for now, if I do understand, you do not exploit much the difference across locations where people may be located within the same country. And I think that's something that could be interesting because in regard of the country you are, it's relatively sizable countries where there is a lot of regional disparities, maybe in terms of economic activity or unemployment. So I will have also some interest on whether you can find some interesting heterogeneity within the country based on the location of those individuals in the country. And the second one, which I'm not super sure, is that beliefs and endowment are to some extent correlated. So beliefs may drive endowment, and it's also likely that endowment may drive belief. So I would like to have some discussion in the paper about whether there is some correlation or some patterns that you may find, and whether there is potentially a risk of co-determinations or some bad controls. And maybe a last, which is a minor comment, but I don't know whether maybe you already have the results, is that do you have some information, because you say that there is some people that did not finish the online survey. So do you have some information about them, and is that possible to get some info about where they stop and at which questions, or it's correlated to some belief or to some endowment? Yes, so I guess I'm more or less on time. So thanks a lot for the presentation and the paper.
Okay, thank you very much. The second discussant is Tommaso.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for my slides. Okay, so thanks. Thanks for inviting me to discuss this paper, and thanks, Romain, for the very clear presentation, and also all the authors for a nice paper. So I guess, given the presentation and given the previous discussion, I can be very short on the summary of the paper, but basically the key point of the paper is to study the relative role of endowments versus beliefs in shaping preferences for employment protection legislation. And then the second contribution is, once we have established what is the relative role of endowments versus belief, to understand how and if new information can change actually the belief, given that endowments cannot be changed. So this is done through a survey conducted in 14 high-income countries. The group of countries are selected non-randomly to be representative of different kind of institutional backgrounds for English-speaking countries, for Nordic European countries, for Mediterranean European countries, and 2 Asian countries, with 500 respondents per country. So overall, there are 7,000
respondents. And the role of information is elicited through an information experiment, the survey. So half of the sample is randomly treated with expert information on the positive consequences of looser employment protection legislation, and then is asked again about about their opinion on EPL. And I should also specify that although the paper often talks about EPL, here we're talking about one specific dimension of EPL. So the survey asked about layoff of workers for economic reasons, which is one dimension of EPL, but it's not. So EPL has also other dimension, employment protection legislation itself. The results are that individuals' beliefs contribute 2 to 3 times more than endowments and personal payoffs to shape opinions on EPL. So that's the first result. Beliefs matter more than endowments. And the second result is that new information can change the beliefs and thus can change opinions on EPL. So I find the paper very interesting. It's fascinating. There's a growing wave of information experiments which are interesting and are nice also to read. It is highly policy relevant. It's policy relevant not only because EPL is an important policy area, but more in general, because in principle, understanding whether treating individuals with information can help changing their views about policy is important. And I especially like the fact of taking seriously the issue of beliefs rather than somehow narrow vision of winners versus losers, that whoever can personally win should support loser EPL, whereas those who personally lose should support stricter EPL. So my remarks, I have 4 types of remarks. I guess I will only focus on 1, 2, and 3, and the fourth are really minor points that I will send you in the slides. So the first kind of remark has to do with the timing and the economic meaningfulness of what we are able to estimate. The second has to do with policy bundles, and the third with the type of information. So some of these points have been also raised, perhaps even better than what I can do by Mathieu in his discussion. So the first remark is about the timing and economic meaningfulness. And so the paper elicits opinions on employment protection legislation through an explicit question. So do you think that, are you in favor of a looser employment protection legislation or looser rules regarding the layoff of workers for economic reasons? And then the question is asked again to the treated group just after the delivery of information. So first, it's also unclear to me whether everyone is asked. I looked at the questionnaire, but it wasn't clear to me whether the question asked twice to everyone or only to the treated group, but doesn't really matter. So the point is that it's asked twice in a very short period of time to the treated group. And this is the same point that was raised by Mathieu. I guess the first order concern here is how answers will change if the question were asked 1 hour later, or 1 day later, 1 month later, or 1 year later, right? So here you're treated with information, and just after that you're re-asked the same question. So the effect of the information may be very different even if you just asked 1 hour later. Secondly, and related to that, I wonder to what extent the changes in opinions expressed in the survey reflect social desirability, or better, I'm not sure that social desirability is the right word, but the desire to please the interviewer, because they know that they've just been treated with that information and asked about that specific policy area. So it's kind of obvious that what you're hinting at is that you should change your mind if you first were against losing EPL, or rather, to what extent they reflect actual changes in preferences. So this is hard, of course, to assess. And of course, I mean, given the setting and the methodology, there are no perfect ways of doing it, but at least I would have perhaps tried to randomize the timing of information and the question. So ask them in perhaps different subgroups of the treated group, asking different time throughout the questionnaire, or treat them with information and then ask about EPL in different points in time, so we could see how much a proximity to the information treatment affects the response. And also, I find it, I don't understand why the opinion question is asked twice, thus making it even more salient that we want to make the, the link between information and the question, given that the treatment is randomly assigned, and as you're showing also, you've also shown that in the presentation, we don't need actually the baseline opinions for the treated group, because by construction, they will be identical to the control group, or they should be, if randomization is well done, as it is, because we see that they are exactly the same. And so that's about the timing. And the economic meaningfulness has to do with the fact that expressing an opinion is very cheap. But a very different issue is how likely this opinion that I'm expressing in the survey can be translated into actual policy support. Okay, so do we have any evidence that this will translate in actual policy support or not? It's of course hard. So these are like doubts I'm throwing out. I'm not sure. Of course, this is not all of these can be addressed or answered, but it's something that I wondered while reading the paper. Second issue has to do with the fact that the survey asks explicitly about layoffs of permanent workers for economic reasons. But first of all, EPL, employment protection legislation, as we intended generally, has more components, not only layoff of permanent workers for economic reasons, but also regulation about hiring of temporary workers and other dimensions. And moreover, as also Matteo was saying, policies often come in bundles. So people so even if we assume that a well-informed respondent should favor loser EPL, because that's what economics tells us, and I will come back to that, we may also expect that respondents fear that if a government proposes losing EPL, this may be part of a larger policy bundle which has other kind of pro-business reforms, and that may harm them personally or their friends or go against their political views. So, it's very difficult to. What I'm trying to say is that you are asking questions about preferences on a very specific issue, but the policy concern that this raises may be much broader. And in fact, I'm not an expert of these information experiments, but those that I'm familiar with typically ask questions in a broader policy domain, not a very specific policy feature such as this one. So I find it difficult to think that respondents can only concentrate on one very specific component of legislation. And my final point for the discussion has to do with the type of information. So differently from other types of information experiments, what this specific experiment does is to treat the respondents not with the statistics about one factor, informing them about something, but summarizing existing research. And in doing so, necessarily, because it's obvious given the constraint, it has to cut a lot of corners. So it explains, so that there's no time, or it's not a contest to give references, to explain any caveats, to give some nuance to the findings. For instance, one thing that they are told is that loser EPL leads to higher average income or mean income, but perhaps it might lead to lower median income because only high incomes increase. So all the kind of caveats and specifications are, of course, not possible to give in this context. There is no information about some papers who may find different results, and you're also saying that you are not only giving information on areas where there is consensus, but you're leaving out other outcomes where there is no consensus, which is something that I should know, for instance, in order to form an opinion about EPL, that we don't know what's the effect on unemployment rate. It is important. So it seems to me that this is somehow a case in which we are telling individuals, okay, you should trust economists because we know that loser EPL is good, and this is an established fact, and it is an established fact because I'm telling you that it's an established fact, and I am, and I know more than you. So I wonder whether, in general, this is an effective message to pass. This kind of black and white messages may backfire sometimes. I wonder whether you are not concerned about this, and also I fear that there's a kind of giving the impression of a monolithic positions on these may lead actually to distrust in the experts rather than increasing confidence in experts' opinion, which are much more nuanced, right? Academic debates are very nuanced. We also qualify our conclusion with many caveats, many hypotheses, which you cannot necessarily give to the respondents. Okay, and then I have a range of like really minor points that may be helpful in the revisions, but I will just they're not interesting for a discussion. I will just send you the slides. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. So we are going to take a few questions. I don't see super well, but maybe you can start.
So yeah, very interesting paper. Thank you. Great presentation. I have two comments. One is about language on a superficial level. So throughout your presentation, I don't know, in the paper you talk about the support for strict EPL, but the question is actually about relaxing EPL. So it's unclear to me that they support strict EPL, because I mean, you should have asked the question also about, do you want to relax and do you want to make it stricter, or do you want to keep it as it is? So people don't want to. I mean, what you could support for strict is just people who say they don't want to relax it, and this is on a superficial level, which is on the language, but also you're using a very diverse set of countries with very diverse EPL. So if I answer they want, basically, I'm happy with. It's not even like that, because it's not even that they answer they're happy with the status quo. They just say that they want to relax it. So, but if I'm in the US or if I'm in Italy or in Spain, this means very different things, because the status quo, the level of EPL is very different. So I was wondering, why don't you try to, because you have all these measures of EPL, which varies across countries, why don't you bring them in and see whether how much the support varies depending on the starting point in terms of EPL, and the same for your information treatment, which I also found a bit selectively positive. So it's positive information, because as you said, the consensus is about the flows, not the stocks. So for an unemployed person, a relaxation of EPL means that there is higher chance of getting into employment, but once in employment, there is also a higher chance of getting back into unemployment. And so this is not the information which was given to them. And so the information has this nuance of positive. So they're not told that the impact on stocks is unclear. And so that's it. Yeah, these are my two comments.
Okay, then we have Jan.
Yeah, I mean, one question when we sort of do these horse races between different hypotheses is, of course, how do we operationalize them in the data, right? And so this inside-outside idea, I think, is sort of very clear conceptually. But then when we bring it to the data, the question is, okay, what does it mean in terms of variables? And you have the most obvious ones, if somebody's unemployed, if somebody's on a temporary contract. But I'm wondering if there are other aspects of insider-outsider that you could look in. One thing is age. I noticed that age was very predictive, but it was not part of the work-related groups of variables. But from a life cycle perspective, maybe it should, because if you're young, sort of you think about a kind of search model where people switch jobs over the life cycle. So then young individuals would still hope to move to better jobs, and so that could be a reason why they're less opposed to, why they're more opposed to employment protection legislation. And similarly for occupation industry, you could make the same argument. If you're like in certain occupations, certain industries, maybe if you're like in poorly paid occupations, for example, maybe you hope to upgrade, right? And so employment protection is maybe not exactly what you're looking for. And I think at the moment you should just use sort of these fixed effects, right? You kind of explain occupation industry away, but I'm wondering if this could be also part of the analysis to some extent, right? So some more discussion of what exactly should be the aspect of outsider-insider status that we consider. Thanks.
Okay, then Federico.
Thanks, very interesting paper. Just two quick points. So I guess the first is kind of reiterating a bit this idea of the desirability bias that might be kind of inherent in your information treatment. And I guess I wonder whether you're worried that, with your treatment, you're kind of priming the respondents that they should really change their answer. And I think in this sense, the information that you're providing is really loaded in the sense that you say that economists
think that EPL is good, and they presumably know that this is a survey done by economists, for economics research. So I wonder if that's a concern. The second point is on kind of the within versus across countries variation. So you use country fixed effects, so you look at within country variation to identify your coefficients. But in the end, I think we care a lot about the cross-country variation. So I wonder if you could use, for example, your estimates to do kind of simple decomposition exercises, trying to look at how much of the cross-country variation can be explained by beliefs or endowments or other correlates. Thanks.
Okay, Philippe.
Yes, very quick question. So there are insiders, there are outsiders, and you asked the question to the respondents, but it could be that they care about their family, their friends. So it's not only the individual that matters, but potentially around them and their parents, their kids, and their friends.
Miguel?
So I'm intrigued by this idea that you can change the beliefs of people and thinking about how you can do that. And based on the experience in Spain, where it seems that people hold these very strong beliefs based on ideology, but also based on who represents workers. And the representatives of workers are unions, and they show up on TV as always defending workers. And the critique from labor economists has been, well, they defend those who work, but not those who are unemployed, etc. What do you think about trying to do this change of beliefs through convincing the unions that their action, does it make sense, or are they always going to be defending the interest of insiders?
Okay, Edo.
I'm thinking in our annual report, there is a chapter of structural issues and policies, no? And there is this debate still in Spain. We have 20 days per year work for economic reasons, and there is this debate of whether we have to increase this. Okay, so we were planning maybe to do exercises of other schemes, try to see whether the differences between people who is protected or not protected are changing. According to your results, I guess that this is stupid, and we shouldn't do that. And maybe we should try to convince people that strict EPL is higher. But I go back to Tommaso's point, and basically the problem here of giving information is the belief that these guys have about who gives the information. And the beliefs in Spain, probably of a report of the Banco de España, is that this is basically pro-business. Also, I guess if you have your seal of the IMF. So I was thinking that maybe it could be a good idea to interact your variables of information, or whether this treatment effect is interacted with trust of the government, maybe with, in countries that have high or strict EPL and low EPL. I'm expecting that in countries with high EPL, economists have said many times things related to EPL. No? So maybe the beliefs of the informant are different in one country and the other.
Okay, we have a last question, and then you'll have like 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So I was wondering to what extent the recent experience during the pandemic of using short-time work measures as an alternative to unemployment, might maybe affect the answers and the personal experience also across countries. That's a short question.
Thanks a lot. Great comments. So there were technical ones, there were more policy ones. Let me start with the policy ones, maybe in reverse, because also Aitor's comments and basically the focus on Spain. What do we, how can we change beliefs by convincing unions? Should we go for short-time work schemes instead of EPL? So actually, to me, these are linked. For me, one line of thought is to try and convince people that it's always better to insure them against income loss than protect their particular job. And so, for example, convincing them that it's better to substitute unemployment insurance, even more generous unemployment insurance that currently exists in Spain, for a slightly lower severance pay, I think would be a good idea. And likewise, short-time work schemes are a partial substitute, of course, for strict EPL in terms of job protection, right? And that's what some Nordic countries have achieved. So it's not completely, I think, out of reach on the policy front. Now, turning to more, so there were still some
there were some set of questions about the scope of the study. Why do we focus on EPL and for regular workers? I would say that's also because EPL, first, it really epitomizes, right, this issue of insiders in the literature. For those of you who may remember, for example, there's a famous book associated with top journal papers by Gilles Saint-Paul from a while back, and it's all focused on this, right? It's all focused on you've got insiders, outsiders. EPL is the way to capture the product market rents, and the product market rents also, right, only make sense for support for EPL, right? They don't make sense, for example, for whether you support minimum wages or unemployment insurance and the like. So I think that's one reason for the focus. And honestly, the other reason is simply when you ask people what does it mean, labor market flexibility, the immediate reaction is, well, it means, right, sort of employers can do whatever they like with workers. So I think these are, and as to why we don't focus on EPL for temporary workers, that's a very good point. We really thought about this hard at the outset, but the issue is it's much more, introduces a level of complexity also in the economics, right? Because, you've got this dualism that has very complex, I don't want to get into it, but very complex economic and political economy effects that we wanted to leave out for something that was sort of, in a way, cleaner and simpler. Now, questions on the randomized information treatment. Look, I would agree with all of them. We estimate the treatment at a short horizon. There might be experimental demand effects, right? That's how they're called in this literature. And how does a change in opinion translate in actual policy support, say, at the next election? Very good comments. I would just say that to me, this is just a limitation of this broader literature. They apply all of them equally to, Stefanie Stancheva shows people videos. It's true, it's a more sophisticated, higher spending treatment than what we provided here, but it's the same issue. You show people a video, you ask them whether they've changed their opinion, and you're just testing the impact of the video on the respondent, and so I totally agree. Look, this is a really cool literature. I think it enables us to make fantastic progress on even tackling these questions which were just impossible to tackle before, but it has this kind of limitations. I'm with you. However, so we were aware of that, and we tried to test, and frankly, we expected, right, Antonio, that the treatment, for example, would have a much smaller impact on people who lack trust, and some of you mentioned that, and we couldn't find that. We tested for heterogeneity along those dimensions. There's a few dimensions of heterogeneity that come out significant, not this one, I would say, unfortunately, because frankly, that was kind of a strong prayer we had, which didn't pan out. Maybe I stop there. I think, Antonio, you want one final point. Correlation between beliefs and endowments, yes, they're low, but we should show them, I agree. Thanks a lot. And on institutions, sorry, that's important, the cross-country heterogeneity, the fact that, so indeed, actually, it's one slide I skipped, the support for strict EPL or opposition to deregulation, you're right about this is a bit more than semantics, I agree. It's actually, so people are more opposed to deregulation where EPL is already strict, right? Which tends to support the fact that EPL also creates its own constituency, right? That's one theory. And the other one is also simply that, of course, those kinds of beliefs and preferences lead to strict EPL, right? And at the same time as they lead to strong opposition to any kind of deregulation, right? Where you want to protect the male breadwinner, say it, right? Italy, you want to have tighter EPL, and at the same time, you're more supportive of it. So, this is all, right, endogenous and jointly determined, so we cannot really disentangle, right, the different effects.
Okay, thank you very much also for keeping the time right. So now we are going to move to the last presentation by Matthias Berthold. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to Economic Policy to be able to present our paper. This is a work with Diana Kruger, Catalina Lauer, who's here, Luca Tiberti, and Carlos Zamora. So we're going to show you the result for this paper, which is titled Longer School Schedules, Childcare, and the Quality of Mothers' Employment. So the motivation, a very broad motivation, and we just had a Nobel Prize that was
awarded because of work on female labor force participation, and so there is a relevant literature that shows that motherhood imposes a penalty for women. It's called motherhood penalty or childhood penalty, and it has been documented, very well documented. There is a penalty on participation, multiple labor market outcomes, participation, employment, hours, and income, and recently also as well as quality of employment. Worldwide, typically women are they are less likely to work in full-time jobs than men, but they are more likely to spend more time in unpaid work than men. They earn less than men typically, significantly less, and they are more likely to work in low productivity jobs. So therefore, if we are concerned about social cohesion, poverty rates, as we should be in developing countries or middle-income countries. I come from Chile, and inclusive growth. The quality of employment also matters. I mean, we should care about women participating in the labor market, but also about the quality of employment that they access. So there is a bunch of literature that tries to understand how public policies help to reconcile work and family. I'm not going to go into the details of those literatures, but we can think about a group of work that study how childcare policies affect labor market outcomes for women. There is another literature that study how paid maternity leaves affect women, how flexible work schedules help. And so our paper is another literature related to school schedules, how the schools are set up in a way that can help women to participate more in the labor market. And it could be in terms of how the school year is set up, in terms of the months of the years in which schools are open, or how the schedules within a week or a day are set up. So that's where our paper fits. So let me tell you a little bit about Chile. You might not be aware of us. We're at the end of the world. So we're a small country with higher, typically, income in Latin America. We're in the top 3 richest countries and with more social development in Chile. But our labor force participation for women is relatively low. And if you account for the income level, it's even lower. Not only, and moreover, not only it's low, the female labor force participation in Chile, but we also have stark differences within the country. You can see some of the outcomes here that we're going to discuss in this paper, that women in the top levels of the income distribution are twice as likely to participate in the labor market. In the first column, you can see the participation in the labor market. They are about 50% more likely to have a job with a contract, which comes with all the social security provisions. They work more hours, about 35% more hours, and they have 3 times as high as income hourly wages as women in the lower part of the distribution. So we have 2 issues. We have low female labor force participation and differences within the country, important differences. So what we do in this paper is that we try to estimate whether an increase in childcare, I'm going to be more explicit about childcare here in a moment, matters for employment quality. In another work, we have shown that it does have an effect on supply of labor. So we're trying to understand more about employment, the quality of employment. And the childcare policy, it comes from a national education policy that was implemented in Chile. I'm going to talk about more about the policy to explain. That increase the school schedules, also the daily time, that amount of hours that children spend in schools, and we can see in the table here that that's one of the main reasons why women do not participate in the labor market. This information comes from a national survey, and when women are asked why do you not participate in the labor market, you can see even for women that have their youngest child is of primary school age, about 22% say that the main reason is because they lack of childcare. So we're going to use the policy, which extended school hours, as a form of, we're going to look into that as a form of childcare that may or may not allow women to access better jobs. We're going to explore some heterogeneity in the data to try to understand the distribution within the country of the effects. And we're going to do an exercise on intra-household gender gaps because of the data. We cannot do all that we do in the other estimates, but we're going to provide some evidence that the policy does have an effect on intra-household gender gaps. Okay. So what are our contributions? We think that we're contributing in this literature in terms of one of the very few studies that have looked into the impact of childcare on job quality. There are many studies on looking at the supply of labor, but not on the quality of jobs. We also contribute because typically the childcare that is analyzed is usually between either can be 6 months up to 5 years. So we are now expanding sort of the definition of childcare to younger children that are of school age, primary school age. I don't know how many of you have children in primary school age, but they do need care. And so we're going to also, as I mentioned, we're going to explore how does the policy affect intra-household gaps. A quick summary of the results. We do find a positive effect of full-day schoolings in terms of the likelihood of finding jobs with contracts, so formal jobs, and reduces the self-employment for the average for the overall population. And there are heterogeneous effects. Lower education mothers are able to gain access to full-time jobs and jobs with contract, which are typically the best quality jobs, and they rely less on self-employment. For higher education women, which are typically already participating in the market and having stable jobs, or sorry, full-time jobs, they transition into more stable jobs, more open-ended contracts, and experience small increases in wages. And as I mentioned, we do find some results in a reduction in intra-household gender gaps. So the rest of the presentation, I'm going to talk about the full-day school policy to explain the peculiarities of the policy in the Chilean context. Then I'll talk about the methodology and the data, and I'll show you results and conclude. So the policy, it started in 1997, and what it did is mandated an increase in the weekly school length, okay, to improve quality of education in Chile. So the purpose of the policy was not to help women. So it was just to raise quality of education. And then that's going to bring me to my last point in this presentation, okay? So it was mandatory. So all schools had to implement full-day schooling by 2007. In Chile, there are three types of schools. There are the municipal schools, which are the public schools. There are run at the municipal level. They're decentralized, so they're run by the municipal authorities. And there are private subsidized voucher schools, and they're fully private. And we don't consider the fully private because there are a really small number of them, and they are not subject to the law. The law applies to all the schools that receive public funding. The mandate gave a little bit more time for private schools, for the voucher schools. But I have to say, I'm going to jump ahead at the end of this slide, that basically there was no strict enforcement of the policy. It was extended in 2007 when the government realized that there was not full compliance, so they were not going to meet the target. It was expanded for 5 years, And in 2010, there came a huge earthquake. So they took the funding for the policy to rebuild schools, and it was the end of the enforcement. So what the policy does is that it mandates an increase in academic hours, and you can see this 30 to 38 hours per week. An hour is 45 minutes, an academic hour. In grades 3 to 6, and from 33 to 38 hours per week in grade 7 and 8. Typically, schools used to run from 8 to between noon and 1 p.m. And this meant that you had to go over lunch. And so it also mandated time for lunch, time for more recesses. So basically what it meant is schools typically ended up finishing the day between 3 and 4 p.m. It could be more, but that was the mandate. And so it increased about the time in the schools in about 35% on average. First and second grade were not mandatory, although many schools implemented it in first and second grade. And one key feature of the policy is that if you wanted to implement the policy, you don't have to go all the way in with the whole school being full day schooling. You could do it by grade. As long as all the classrooms of that grade were full day schooling, you were allowed to go grade by grade. So you could start the policy like in 5th grade, and you can have all other grades like not being full day, but just 5th grade. So the schools were able to choose which grades would enter the policy. So those are the main features of the reform. Here you can see how it evolved over time. And the left side is the number of schools. There are between 8,000 and 9,000 schools in Chile. So this is the number of schools that implemented the policy in blue in at least one grade. You can implement it in more than one grade. And then you have on the right-hand side, you have the enrollment under full day schooling in Chile. So there is still not full compliance. The numbers haven't changed much from 2015, which is the last year for our estimates. So what do we do in terms of the methodologies? It's a fairly simple model. We have a reduced form fixed effect regression. So on the left-hand side, we have a different, we're gonna talk about later on the job quality measures that we measure for Mother I in Municipality M, Region R, and Year T. And so we have a policy variable, which is the overall access for schools that a mother face in a municipality. So it's the share of full-day primary schools in the municipality. I'm going to talk about a little bit more there in a moment. And so that's so this is a measure of potential access. So we don't have information about the actual school in which children are going. So we have a measure of potential access. What are how many schools do you have around in your municipality to send your kids? So we take the policy, but the policy doesn't affect everyone, all the women in the same way. So we interact the policy measure with a variable that measures whether a woman has a primary school age child in that year in particular, okay? So that's our main interest. Gamma 2 is our parameter of interest, the effect of the policy. So we're going to measure changes in the policy, and also we're going to exploit the variation of the age of the child. So we're going to control for time varying individuals and municipality characteristics. We include individual fixed effects here. We have a panel data here, and region year fixed effects. And we also control for pre-existing trends in the local labor markets to control for parallel trends. So our identification strategy uses the quasi-experimental policy design. Although it wasn't experimental, you can see here that there is a lot of variation, geographic variation, and over time in the implementation of the policy. I don't know if you can see that. So if you enlarge it, you run out of slide space. But you can see that there is a lot of variation here in terms of the geographic implementation because of the nature of the education system in Chile, which is highly decentralized. And you can see over time there has been an increase in the number of or the share of schools with the full implementation of the policy. Sorry, here. So our key assumption is that the implementation of the policy is not correlated with local female labor markets. The parallel trend assumption, we control for pre-existing trend in our local labor market. Plus, I mean, in a previous paper, we show that basically the implementation of the policy was not correlated to what was happening in the local labor markets. Okay. And we also are able to control for individual effects that capture non-observables here that could be correlated to the decision of the schooling decisions and the labor market decisions of mothers. The data comes from the Social Protection Survey. It's a national representative survey. We have information for 5 years in a period of 14 years. So our sample is going to include mothers, only mothers that have at least one child that was younger than 18 when the survey occurred, and that attended primary school in at least one of the years, one of the rounds of the survey. Okay, and we're going to merge that with administrative school level data for the policy and with municipal level data from household surveys to control for local labor market conditions. So the employment quality variables that we're going to be discussing here follow the OECD job quality framework. Typically, that framework has 3 dimensions for job quality: earning quality, labor market security, and work environment. Our measures are related to 2 of these dimensions, earning qualities and labor market security, because of our data constraints. So we have wages. We have a dummy for full-time job, for also a dummy for whether the job has a contract, so it's a formal employment, whether there is an open-ended contract, and whether it's a self-employment job. As I mentioned, the share the policy variable is the share of primary schools in the municipality, and we are going to use, because of what I mentioned, that you could have a school that is full day schooling but only has 1 grade out of the 8 possible grades, and you can also have a school that has all grades under full day schooling. There are different variables or measures that you can come up with a definition of a full day schooling. I'm going to show you the results with for the share of a school that have all their grades under the policy. Okay, so we have run also estimates for different policy measures, like with 75%, 50%, at least 1 grade. Okay, and those are discussed in the paper. And as I said, we are going to interact that with a motherhood variable when the child is of primary school age. So the individual variables, so we have mother's age of education, years of education, age, the household composition, whether she's married or has a partner, and the number of household members. And at the municipal level, we control for average school attainment, poverty rate, and local labor market conditions, female and male employment, and labor force participation rates. Okay. Let me go into the results. I'm going to here show the coefficient of interest for us, which is the interaction term. And what we see is that in the overall population, we see some effects on wages and full-time, but they're not significant, some positive effects. But we do find effects on contract the likelihood of being employed with a contract, and a reduction in self-employment. And to put this indicator in perspective, to understand what does it mean, that coefficient, we did the following exercise. So we assume, and which is the bottom line, suppose that you increase the access in the municipality by 25 percentage points. So you move for, say, 40% of the schools being full-time to 65%. So what would be the effect on the population? It would mean an increase in the likelihood of having a contract by 3.1%, and a decrease in the likelihood of self-employment by about 10%. Okay, that's the sort of the implied magnitude of our coefficients, which are fairly reasonable. So we do a bunch of tests in the paper, and I'm going to go into all of them. But we're trying to understand what are the mechanisms of the effect. So we basically test on several groups that should not be affected by the policy. So women without children have no effects. We test what happens on men without children, and there are almost no effects. There are no effects on fathers with children, and there are no effects with women with other adults in the household, so other adults that could help with childcare. So we interpret all these results as evidence or suggesting evidence that the channel here should be the shadow price of childcare, or the opportunity cost of staying at home. We also, so our results are also consistent with an improved match with higher quality jobs. Higher quality jobs are typically full-time jobs, and with more time to engage, women have more time now to engage in job search, although we cannot test those channels. Okay, 3 more minutes. Okay, so we test that there are no effects on mothers' education. So mothers are not responding to the policy by educating themselves, using their time to educate themselves. So it's not that channel. So another interesting result is that we divided the sample by education of the mother. So low education mothers, what we see is that for them, we do find an impact on full-time employment, contract, and less self-employment, and the effects are higher. You can see in the middle line how the effect of the same exercise of increasing the policy by 25%, percentage points, sorry, increases the likelihood of full-time by 4%, contract by 5.5%, and reduces the likelihood of self-employment by 11%. For high education mothers, I'm sorry I didn't mention, but low education mothers here are with secondary education, up to secondary education completed. And high education mothers are the ones that have at least 1 year of tertiary education. And for them, which are mothers that are already participating and already would more likely to have full-time jobs and contracts, we don't find any effect on those variables, but we do find that they switch to more open-ended contract, long-term contracts, and they have there's a small increase in wages. So we also perform an exercise on intra-household gender gaps. We take a model and we fully interacted with a women variable, and but this is a subset of the sample because of the way the survey is set up. We don't have information for couples for all years, so this is a smaller subset of individuals, of couples. I'm sorry, and we don't have information for all the same variables. So we're able to estimate this only for employment hours and the likelihood of contract. And we do find what we find the main takeaway here is that we do find an increase in the positive effect of women affected by the policy in the likelihood of having a contract. So it does seem to reduce intra-household gender gaps, which is a good news in terms of agency for women. Okay, so I think I'm done in my time. Can I have 1 more minute? Okay, just, I mean, I'm not going to summarize again. I just want to mention only the policy implications of our paper. I think this paper provides important information. There are many countries, at least in Latin America, that do not have full day schooling. And when assessing whether you should implement this policy, the thing is that you should care more, not only about the academic effects of the policy, as it was in Chile, that it was the discussion was always about the quality of education, but be aware that this has positive spillovers on families. So we should broaden our views of how schools or the services that a school provides. Schools not only provide education for children, they also provide services for families, and that should be also included in the policy evaluation of education policies. Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much. The first discussant is Olivier Marie from Erasmus. The clicker, yeah.
Thanks to everyone. Thanks to Matthias for presenting this very nice paper. Thanks for the editors and for letting me discuss it. I will not summarize the paper. The only thing I want to say is it shows a new aspect in the literature, which I think is very nice, because we know a lot about childcare provision on female labor force participation, but much less on quality itself. So it's nice to have this angle of quality. It's important as the ability, and you mentioned this more here in the presentation in the paper, that women needs time to search, and also the reliability of cheap childcare. So I think you could sell a lot more the idea that schools are extremely reliable compared to other alternatives and very cheap. So that's a very good policy implication, and that's where you bring something in. So how do you look into that? You look into a Chilean primary school time expansion policy that you already show in a paper that you published this year, affecting the extensive margin of labor force participation. And I think here, so you use the exact same identification strategy to look at what I would call the intensity quality margin. So it's the intensity margin. You already, even in the previous paper, talk about amounts of hours worked. Here you look at full time. So I think there's a bit of complementary there. Of course, the only results you come to is that on average, you find quite positive effects. I think the most convincing ones is when you split them by income levels. It would be nice if you try to explain that, or by income level, by education level, explain why it would affect women more that are low educated and higher educated. I think it's given the potential for change. So highly educated women are all almost full-time, all almost under contract. So it's not, this margin is not going to move much. I'm a bit sad that the salary only works for the higher income woman. So I'm going to focus my comments on two things. I think it's because you already have one or two papers on the same policy. I was missing a lot of information about how the policy came in, why it's there. And if you want to read this paper standalone, I had to go read the others to understand a lot of things. So it would be good for the paper to make it more explicit. And I'll give you some ideas also of what you could think how the policy might have affected work, not through childcare. And the second thing, I think it's a bigger bit an elephant in the room. I don't know if you referees have brought it up to you before in the previous papers. There, I have some doubts about the DID approach, given what's happened in the past 3-4 years in this literature. Okay. So the only thing you mentioned really clearly in the paper about the policy, you said in 1997, Chile initiated a large-scale education reform that included an increase in instructional time without extending the academic year. So it included, it's one of the things. So two things that could be useful to better understand the context is, why was the policy decision taken at this time? I'm not sure why they decided, oh, we're going to do all this. You know, it's in 1997, then they do it again. Yes, you want to increase policy, but new government, new something, it'd be good to get a bit more. Second is what? What are the other educational changes introduced? It's very unclear to me. I found some numbers I'll bring up in a minute. But first, let me take you to one, because I think it's important. I'm going to give you an example from a paper I have on Egypt with my co-author Ahmed El Sayed, which is close to yours in a way, because the government had a big issue, and that's why they brought in the policy. the number of students was exploding. I don't know if that's the case in Chile, because I couldn't find the numbers, was exploding. They didn't know what to do. They're like, we have too many kids in primary school. Very practical country. What they do, they drop 1 year of primary school. For a year, they said, okay, the last year of primary school, we're going to count. It's an interesting policy. They compressed into 6 to 5 years. And did it work? Well, it kind of worked. For a while, they had less students in primary school because they had kicked them out into secondary school. But you see, kind of, it's to give the context is kind of nice, and it really made me think of my paper when I read your paper, because it's also one of the aims was to change the shift system, but they never did it. So when we check for actual shifts being moved around, it doesn't happen. So I don't know if you can check, like if what system the ones who do not implement are doing. And I'm going to come back to this. So just an idea, it's really similar to your idea because it really was implemented a bit like that. So I have an idea for you, given what we do in our paper, is to convince a bit more that it was randomly assigned the entry into treatment. We compare time into treatment, how late you came into treatment, to a lot of variables, and you can show just a balancing test, and then with and without the fixed effects, and you can see if that works well, right? And here we can show in our, but let's get back to your policy. I think that's more important. So the school schedule change, you mentioned it quickly, but I think it's interesting for people who don't know the developing world too much. That's very complicated for parents for two reasons. So you explained that the change was from 8:30 to 1:30 to 8 to 15 as an example. But remember, there's a lot of kids who also go to the 14 to 19:30 and then had to go to 8 to 15. And I think if you could know which kind of woman was sending their kids to the morning or afternoon shift, it's a very big difference. I mean, getting an hour and a half extra or having to change job completely because you move from the afternoon and you have evening jobs to morning jobs. So if you could get some statistics on average, that could also explain the difference between low and high educated. I think high educated might go more in the morning, afternoon. I know some from some countries. And then just to push you a bit further, but could the end of shifts affect labor force participation of all the kids in your cohort? So you have some kids who are 13, 14 who are treated, right? You end up more in school. Maybe they can do some less couple-hour jobs, which are taken up by mothers. So there would be another daycare effect, but like a labor market effect that could be interesting. Finally, I was thinking, so it seems that the government put a lot of money. I mean, they put more money, like they put 40% more money per student, with 30% more time. So is it possible at all that some of these mothers ended up with good teacher jobs or teacher-related jobs? There's no real description of the kind of jobs, so that'd be nice. And I found this statistic which shocked me a bit on official statistics. This is the spending on teachers relative to the total primary school spending in the years you're covering. And maybe it's a blurb from the data, but between 2002 and 2005, you go from 51% of the spending on schools and is for teachers to 87%. And that's exactly where you have a lot of your variation happening. So can you check about what's happening around there? Then it flattens again. Maybe it's because they were spending on buildings before and then they spend on something else. Okay. So then you mentioned the identification issue. The FDS policy might capture spurious correlation between mothers' employment and the policy. We address this by including a control for pre-existing trends in municipal labor force participation rates for women. The first issue, you do not show us at all. You say, we do it in the previous paper. You never show us the trends. So it would be nice to see trends in any papers that do a diff and diff. And so I went to the other paper, and actually you just show us like the macro trends of the cities who were treated early or late. The only thing that worries me is that the latecomers seem to do better at the end of the sample. But I think the second issue is that this is not the pre-trends that really matter. These are the pre-trends on labor force participation. This is a paper about labor force quality. So can we see any pre-trends on the quality of the jobs those women are having? Okay, and this is back to my Egypt paper. This is how you want to see them nowadays. You want to see them as a event study diff and diff on the outcomes you want to show. Okay, so I was really missing one graph like this. Then there's like a word you never mention is staggered or two-way fixed effects in any of the paper. And I think here we're in very big staggered two-way fixed effect. I don't want to be this guy, and I found a way to put more Chile on my slide. I don't know if it's illegal to put it on the side, but I could put 2 at least without filling up my slide. So you estimate a model at the individual level, so that sounds good. You're gonna, get rid of the mother's individual fixed effects and everything, fine. But in the end, all your changes come from area, time, level interactions, and it's clearly staggered. So in the end, I think you are in the end in full two-way fixed effects identification territory, and you probably have to do the standard checks. I know it's annoying, but you do. Or if you do not, you have to tell us why. I don't think I need them because this. But you need to take the bull by the horns and say, "It's not my problem." Last slide, and I'm working a lot with continuous treatment, and we have a second issue: is that you don't only do staggered fixed effect, you have a continuous treatment with intensity of treatment. So this has not been researched as much, but I can tell you a couple of papers are coming out soon. They're going to bother us a lot. Basically by the same guys. You can see the team who's just finished, did a working paper recently, Calloway, Goodman, Bacon, and Santana. And what they have a working paper where they say we provide treatment effect decomposition, highlighting that parameters associated with popular two-way fixed effect specification can be hard to interpret, even when there are only 2 time periods. So you have multiple time periods and you have continuous, and they say it's very hard to interpret. So they don't, it's a horrendous paper to read, and they provide no solution to it. They say, oh, what you could do is decompose every single level and see if the pre-trans is true everywhere. And you're like, no, I'm not going to do that. So I had referees that mention it to me. It's a working paper, but you have to do something. So I got away with 2 things. So I would advise try those things. Do your classic DID with very high and very low and see if that works. If that works still, you say, okay, you like classic DID, I do that. You still have to deal with the staggered, but at least that. Or the second, which people like even more, is if you have a nice distribution, you can drop the very top, the very bottom, and see where the marginal happens, if it's still very strong in the margins in the middle. And that's going to be my take on that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. The second discussion is online, I hope. It's Katja Kaufmann.
That's correct. Can you see my slides?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes? Okay, perfect. Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to read and discuss this interesting paper. Let me very briefly summarize kind of what I think are the key points and in particular also why the contribution of this paper is important, as Olivier mentioned already. We know that there are important gender gaps in work hours and earnings. We know much less about gender gaps in terms of job quality. And so that's basically the gap that the paper aims to fill. And so the hypothesis that is tested here is whether basically well-designed childcare programs and primary school conditions may help make motherhood and work more compatible, not only in terms of basically allowing women to work and to work more hours and therefore have higher earnings, but also to access kind of better quality jobs. Okay? And so this is what this paper is testing, this hypothesis, by focusing on the effects of the extension of longer school days in Chilean primary schools on job quality of mothers who have primary school age children. And so it was mentioned already that you have a companion paper with a subset of co-authors that focuses on kind of the labor supply, the more traditional kind of labor supply, employment kind of measures, while this paper here really focuses on basically, estimating the same, the effect of the same reform, but on job quality. Okay. In terms of methods, the authors make use of the fact that this reform was basically gradually, that within the context of this reform, there was a gradual extension of school schedules. And so there was basically a gradual rollout, which is kind of used here in this paper, looking at 2 kind of key measures. So these are kind of the 2 main measures, kind of earnings, labor market security. So in particular, also long-term contracts and a number of other kind of related outcomes within the context of kind of an individual fixed effect model, okay, to control for individuals unobserved heterogeneity in particular, and also controlling for some kind of municipality socioeconomic indicators. And the authors find that basically an increase in full day school coverage by 25 percentage points leads to an increase in, the likelihood of having a formal context and decreases kind of self-employment. Okay, and the effects tend to be larger for less educated women. Lastly, the authors test for some, check robustness. For example, there seems to be like at the same time, or at a very similar time, kind of an expansion of public access to kind of childcare for preschool children, which the authors kind of control for and check the robustness of their results. So I briefly want to mention 2-3 points also related to the empirical methods, kind of, picking up where Olivier left off, related to kind of internal, but in particular also related to a few questions on external validity. Very briefly on kind of the magnitude, discussing the magnitude of the effects, and then maybe suggesting 1-2 kind of additional robustness checks that could be done. So the authors mention and write that basically schools decided whether and when to offer an additional grade with a full day schedule. I think it would be useful, so not only to know basically why this policy was introduced, as Olivier was asking, but also what determined whether and which schools changed their schedules first and kind of most in terms of changing for most kind of school years and grades. It would be, I think, quite useful to provide some at least anecdotal evidence on or descriptive evidence on that. And the reason why I'm worried, or why I think this is an important issue, is because if the decision for a school to change their schedule is also based on kind of pressure from parents, or kind of demands from parents, then this might mean that the estimates might be more relevant for women, maybe more strongly attached to the labor market, okay, because they really they want to extend their hours, they really have this demand for more hours. Or it might be women more educated. It's of course because we have kind of because the authors use individual fixed effects, this would still be internally valid. But I think why this is relevant is that in that case, the estimates might not so easily be generalizable, maybe to other types of mothers. And I think that would be useful if the authors, discuss this point a little bit more, and either make a statement or qualify maybe a little bit that the results might be more relevant for certain types of women. If my hypothesis is true, that they might be a little bit behind these sort of changes. Okay. A related point is that, or a point that I'm wondering, so the authors were saying they, one of their assumptions is that basically the policy is not correlated to kind of, or that there's not a correlation between the policy and kind of female employment or female labor market kind of outcomes. So, but what I'm wondering is it possible that municipalities, in particular those that experience positive growth, okay, including in particular an increase in the quality of jobs that are offered, that these are the ones that extend school schedules, or that put pressure, or that give incentives to schools to actually change the schedules. And then you would have kind of this sort of joint movement, and it would imply that basically the same extension of school schedules might not have the same effect without positive or strong economic growth. Okay, so that might be kind of focused in particular in areas where we have this sort of growth in kind of job quality. So I think the authors could first test this maybe a little bit by doing a heterogeneity analysis, kind of comparing maybe municipalities that saw stronger kind of growth, so controlling for kind of employment rates and labor force participation rates, I think is not enough. So you would really want to look at past growth in preferably jobs and job quality also, and see whether the results differ between these groups. Another suggestion maybe, which is also I think related to 1 or 2 points that Olivier was making, I was thinking maybe you could do an alternative div and diff using also men as control groups, or what I was thinking, you could use a triple difference in difference approach, basically, with kind of men in the same municipalities as control groups who would experience probably a similar job growth and change in job quality. Of course, they're not, exactly in the same sectors, but at least tendentially, the changes would be similar. And so I think there could be a nice control group, and that could be maybe an additional kind of robustness that could be done with kind of this sort of triple different diff. I think the authors do a little bit of that, looking at kind of doing a placebo test, using this diff on men, but you could on top, or maybe as robustness, also include men as kind of a an additional control group in a triple difference framework. One question, so the authors argue that because they want to focus on job quality, that they condition on mothers who are working. To better understand, how relevant this fraction is, I think it would be nice to show more or discuss more descriptives on what fraction of mothers this really applies to. And on top, there's this point, I think, there are these two effects. So there's an effect on mothers who are already in the labor force, that their job quality gets better, right? But there might be an additional effect that is currently not included in the analysis, which is there might be women who didn't work previously, but now with the policy, it's not only that they work, but they also get higher quality jobs, right? And this aspect would be neglected a little, or is currently a little bit neglected. I think it would be nice to see kind of descriptively, what fraction of mothers are in higher quality jobs, before and after the reform, also without conditioning on working, and also doing this analysis on job quality without this conditioning on working. So that might give us a little bit more on this. So there are some results on this in the appendix, but I think that could be discussed a little bit more in detail also in the paper, because this is an additional fact that is currently, not really included. Let me be very brief. So in terms of magnitude, I think the authors mentioned that, or when they talk about the magnitudes, they mentioned this kind of increase of 25 percentage points in coverage, which would basically mean current coverage rates up to full coverage. That seems to me is a little bit, I'm a little bit worried of kind of out of sample prediction. So I would, probably, look at increases, or mentioning, increases that result from like an increase of 10 percentage points or 1 standard deviation or something like that. Okay. Now, if you're worried that then the results look too kind of small, I think the discussion that should be added is that, in my view, the estimates would most likely be a lower bound, because, right, this policy, I would expect this to have rather long run effects for actually more for women who are planning to work and become mothers, right? Because once you have made your human capital decision, it's harder to switch from a lower quality to a higher quality job, for example. Okay, so there's part of it is for women who are already in the jobs, but I would think there's an additional effect on women who will become mothers and enter the job market later. Okay, so that's why I think the current estimates are lower bounds. And maybe there could be, or maybe for future research, it would be interesting to also look at young, maybe married women who are not yet mothers, okay, and who basically are likely to become mothers or might become mothers soon, and see if, if you can see an effect also on them. Okay, so sample selection, I think this is kind of a smaller point. I mean, one point is that, you mentioned there was this preschool extension, and I think it would, yes, it would be interesting if there's something you could do there. It would be interesting also to see the effect of kind of the extension in preschool schedules, kind of preschool coverage on job quality in kind of a similar vein, maybe in future research. And you mentioned, last point, that this full day variable, you do a number of robustness checks, so maybe that's not so important, but I think you use currently whether all grades are covered or not, which would be grade 1 to 8, so age 6 to 14. But I would think that probably for kids at least from 11, 12 years old on, of course, they need some supervision, but it starts being less important. And so I would focus, maybe if you want to do another robustness check, focus on the younger kids, actually, whether they have full coverage or not. Okay, so to conclude, so I think that the paper presents important findings that are both academically interesting and clearly highly policy relevant. And the contribution is important because this aspect of job quality has so far not been focused on very much. I think there are a few issues concerning, in particular, also external validity that, you know, the authors should discuss in more detail. And I think there are a few not so difficult, you know, robustness checks that could be done, like, you know, the heterogeneity by how much certain municipalities grow or have job quality growth or so, you know, whether it's more relevant for certain mothers, and you know, there are many interesting avenues for future work. So thank you very much. I hope I'm kind of right in time. Thanks.
Yes, thanks very much. Are there questions? Everybody's starting to be a bit tired. Yes.
Thank you. Super interesting paper. So I have a couple of questions. So the first one, it would be super interesting, it's more like a comment, would be super interesting to look at, I don't know if it's possible in your sample, but to look at more long-term effects. And I think Katja already sort of hinted in this direction. I mean, it may take time for women to get to find a better job or find a job and then get a better quality job. So this might be so interesting. Maybe look at, you know, a couple of years after and see what's the effect. The other one is, so yesterday we had a paper on the effect of women in the government on school closure. So it would be interesting to look at, you know, more general, what's the background there. And I guess this is more like a follow-up to the points raised already by the discussants about, you know, having a little bit more view in the paper of what is the background that led this policy change to actually happen. And my third is actually a very minor, like a question, but I didn't help noticing that there was an effect on the permanent contracts for men without children. So whether you have any views on why that was the case. So thanks.
Okay, Max.
Yeah, very nice and very relevant paper. So my comment is related to the first comment of Katja. So the schools had some discretion for which grade they extend the time. And you focus on the ones who extended the time for all grades. So first, I would like to see whether these are maybe particular schools or particular communities, because as Katja pointed out, there might be this decision, how many grades should be have extended hours might be driven also by demand of parents. So it's in a way, this could drive the fact that, so maybe the ones who open up, there's a pressure of women and females and mothers is highest. So, and therefore you could do some kind of balancing test to compare this ones with full extension of, and then with a limit extension. So to make sure that this is no structural difference, and you maybe can condition or compare labor market force participation of females and other factors. And second, it was not clear from presentation to me how you deal with these cases who do not extend for all grades, whether you just count them as not having extended, so whether you count them as zero, or what do you do with these cases? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the very interesting and relevant paper. I have a question regarding the kind of the counterfactual mode of childcare and how this plays into your interesting finding about the job quality. So this is usually being discussed with respect to childcare and extensive or intensive labor supply of mothers. Yeah, so what's the alternative, grandparental care? But now, given that the mothers are just, you know, going from one job to the other to a better quality job, so is there any role played by this counterfactual mode of care maybe in here? Yeah, by this extension. Thanks.
So we have another question here by Ernesto and then Monica.
Very interesting. But my question is, typically this literature, I saw it, I'm not an expert, but I saw it like a labor supply thing, what it takes for mothers to participate, and you're taking this job quality. Can we see that like a labor demand thing? What does it take a firm to extend the number of hours, to convert into permanent, or to this kind of job quality.
Yeah, just a quick comment to follow up on something that Katja mentioned. The childcare needs vary enormously by age of the child, and you have this quite wide bracket of children that you look at. So could you actually look at how your effects that you estimate change by the age of the child? So I would expect that for the younger ones, 6-year-olds, the effects would be larger than for 12, 13 years old.
Okay, so now you can take perhaps like 5 minutes.
No, I had a small comment
sorry.
more on the presentation because I have not read the paper. But you mentioned that schools provide more services than just education. I think parents understand this very well, almost too well, to the point that they only care about the parking. So to the extent that that's a major point on the takeaway, I would say again, maybe here we have gone the other way where it's just like, okay, can you take care of the kids by, and I don't engage with any of the educational process in the school. So as a countervailing force, obviously I love these kind of policies and I need them, but I do think I wouldn't push too hard on the school providing more than one service because all of us are maybe too aware of it. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the comments and for the both discussions. Great comments. So how long do I have? 5 minutes?
Yes,
Okay.
5 minutes, sorry.
Okay, so let me start with I don't know where to start. In terms of the Katya's point on the what determines that a school, and there were some comments about what determines the schools to implement the policy. We have done previous research on this, trying to understand what drove the decisions, and there's because of the lack of data on it's hard to come up with an answer. The best answer that we've been able to come up is that at the beginning, most implementation happened in rural areas because of the capacity constraints. There were small schools, so they were able to shift from 2 shifts to 1. So at the beginning, there was a big increase in the take up of the policy that is driven by small schools in rural areas. And later, we observe an increase in smaller urban schools. So the ones that have not been able to transition are really large schools that are in urban areas because they usually constrained by building more classrooms because they're in downtown cities. What we do find is that, I mean, we find no systematic evidence on local labor markets having a role in the decision of a school. So it seems, and we have talked also to principals. We have done some research on talking to people on the ground on the schools, and they were not concerned about what was happening usually to the parents. And actually, in fact, at the beginning, the policy had a lot of pushback by parents. Parents thought that there was too much time in school, that it was going to be deleterious for children. So we don't have any systematic evidence on the schools making decisions because the parents were demanding this. Okay, and as I said at the beginning, the policy was not very favored by the public. The other thing that I want to address here is that the reasons to implement the policy, which are not, you're right, not discussed very much at in the paper. It was a push by the government at that time to increase education quality, and this was thought as a way to sort of follow like the Asian tigers, that they were spending a lot of time in the school. So people thought, okay, this is a good recipe to follow. We should have our children spending more time in school. This is going to drive up quality. And there was actually a lot of discussion because it assumed that just by having more time in school that was going to increase the quality of education. And actually, there's not much evidence that that happened, that the effect of the policy was to increase. There are some papers that show a small increase in achievement, but not as much as you would expect for spending 35% more time in the school. So I want to respond to Oliver's comment, but I think he left. Yeah. So he dropped the bomb and left. Okay. Yes, you're right. We haven't explored, and this I have to say because of lack of time, and we haven't explored the new methodologies or the new challenges for a different diff approach. Yes, that's something that we have to address. What else? Do I have more time to? Is it no? Okay. Do I?
I mean, if you want to add something,
No, I'm
but
okay.
otherwise
I'm okay.
we can close
Okay.
it.
Thank you very much for the comments, and I hope we can talk a little bit more
Okay.
afterwards. Okay.
Thanks very much. So this closes the day and the panel. So again, I wanted to thank all the presenters and the discussion. We know it's a lot of work, both the panel members and also this time there were a lot of people from the bank or Madrid. So thank you very much. It's been very useful. And for the panel members, we'll see you hopefully in April in Brussels, I think. And again, have a safe flight back.